of baseball's ongoing effort to honor those whose lives were lost and those affected on that tragic day. 9/11. Never forget. It's the Orioles on Masson, and the O's return home to Birdland as the season begins to wind down. The Kansas City Royals and the Orioles in the rematch of that great series from last season. These teams meeting for the second time this year. The Kansas City Royals had the better of it 3 out of 4 in the games that were played in KC. And certainly this time of the year compared to last year, the Orioles in a much different situation, hoping for a miracle to get into the postseason in the wild card, while the Kansas City Royals are just floating along, waiting for the postseason to begin. For the Orioles, let's take a look as this homestand begins at what's gone on this season. The Orioles started out, there were question marks in April about what's going on here as they were .500. Then in May, all of a sudden, third place, but a 13-16 record. And the division didn't look very good. In June, everything turned around. The Orioles put it all together, 18-10. But that would be the last month in which they would play really good baseball. In July, 11-14. They ended up in second. August, 11-18. Then they were in fourth. And now 4-4 here in the month of September. So, Jim, you look at it, it was that 1 month of June where everything, and only for that month, came together.
Yeah, you go back and look at last year, Gary. 500 baseball to June, and then not only did they hit well, best defense in the American League, but they also scored a lot of runs. This year, one of those up and down kind of seasons. I think the one thing that looks, the ability or inability to not score runs on the road, therefore they're well under 500. And then the starting pitching. The starting pitching was so incredibly good last year. ERA here at Camden Yards, very tough park to pitch in, 3.22, so inconsistent. And again, what do you do from now on? You've won 2 in a row. Obviously, you can play the role of spoilers. The other thing is there's 7 teams ahead of them in the wild card. But the Orioles, 23 games to go. You keep winning until something changes. So you can change your destiny. And as you mentioned, Kansas City, they're of course they have it sewed up, but they want the home field advantage, so it's a big series for them too.
Yep, and to keep that button flip up, we have seen in the past seasons there are ball clubs that get a big lead like Kansas City has, and not just human nature. You kind of flip it off a little bit, and then when you get to the point where you want to turn it back on again, you can't.
Yeah, well, only the Yankees seem to do that, but for Kansas City, it's what are your starters doing, because the bullpen's as good as anybody, great defense, great team speed. So again, they're looking at their starters, because who's going to start for them in the postseason?
And the Orioles are looking at their starters. Who's going to start for them next year? Mike Wright, that's the name that's going to be on the mound tonight and may fill one of those rotation spots. Today and in Canada, and we shall not forget. You will see that all over the ballpark for this ball game tonight. Orioles baseball on Masson, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by Royal Farms. Royal Farms, world famous chicken and western fries made fresh, never frozen. Real fresh, real fast. Royal Farms. Beautiful day here in Baltimore and a gorgeous evening. Our BGE home game time temperature 79 degrees, low humidity, and very little breeze blowing here at sunset time. BGE Home, Baltimore's home team for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Why would you call anyone else? Kansas City Royals in 4-3 over the weekend. Zobrist, Gordon, Kane, Hosmer, Morales, Moustakas, Perez, Rios, and Escobar, their starting 9. Kendrys Morales having an unbelievable season, one of the true DHs left, and a great month so far.
And what you talked about in the opening, Gary, I mean, this is kind of an audition for 2016. Mike Wright will come on. This is going to be his 8th major league start. Started out, again, 14 1/3 scoreless innings in his first 2 major leaguers debut. Beat the Angels, throwing but struck out Trout with a 98-mile-per-hour fastball. So he likes his fastball. You can see 70% of the time. And when he gets in a little bit of trouble is when, you know, you get a scouting report that says use your secondary pitches. And then again, at this point in his career, only 25 years old, what he does best at 95, almost 96, that's the average fastball. Still working on those other pitches. You can see lefties give him trouble. And you know, we talk about auditions, Gary, as you know, this is a very good hitting ball club because they don't hit a lot of home runs, even though when you take them out of Kansas City, they become a little bit more adept at doing that. But they really test your ability to hold runners. They can take the extra base hits, and they have a lot of speed.
Ned Yost Ball Club, very unusual in that regard for a ball club with the offense they have. They don't strike out. They don't draw walks. And they do get on base. They put the ball in play a lot and will have long innings where they walk, a single, a double, a walk, another single.
Yeah,
and the next thing you know,
the
you're
other thing
down.
they do, which makes it so tough to pitch, and you know, I saw that when I used to pitch against the old Royal teams with turf, is they use the whole field. And that's where you don't strike out a lot. And then in this ballpark, homer friendly, they're very comfortable playing here.
Mike Wright trying to get out of a 4-game losing streak. He won his very first start against the Angels, then had a no decision, then he beat the White Sox. Since then, though, Wright has suffered losses to Houston, the Yankees, Toronto twice. So for Mike trying to get that on the other side with a W, 25 years old. Ben Zobrist takes the pitch inside, and the count will go to 1-1. Zobrist 6 for 14 against the Orioles this season, and a long-time nemesis and great numbers since coming over to Kansas City. He has been a real offensive force. So good that Ned Yost has moved him into the #1 spot because he gets on base.
Yeah, he's always done that. He can walk, occasional home run, switch hitter, makes you throw strikes. Most pitchers don't want to do that.
That'll be up high by Wright and away, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count.
Yeah, the other thing is that, with Infante really struggling a little bit over 215 with his batting average, he gives you somebody that can play all over.
Second base started tonight for Zobrist, a little chopper to short. Hardy has to wait on it. Gets it there in time.
Well, take a look at the Oriole defense, and it is definitely the best defense. Take a look right here. This is a bobble and then the recovery as the Orioles, of course, would win 2 in a row against the Yankees. Look at Scope between the legs. So again, your defense tonight, Raimel Jones and Alvarez. Alvarez with the plus arm, and right, Machado, platinum Gold Glover, Hardy, 3-time Gold Glover, Scope, Pierce, and Caleb Joseph doing the catching.
Adam Jones back in the lineup tonight. Shoulder kept him out of a couple in New York. Probably could have played the last game there, but they played it safe. Just wanted him to have the extra day's rest. That ended up being 2 with the Orioles off yesterday, but he's back in and ready to go. Here's Alex Gordon. Gordon did not play against the Orioles in the series in Kansas City because of injuries. He was on a rehab at the time. He's back in left field in this ball game, and he's hitting 10 for 22 in the 7 games since coming back off the DL. Shift is on by the Orioles, and the 1-1 will be swung on and fouled off. Orioles wish he was still in rehab. He's tough.
Well, he had that groin pull. He actually trying to make a catch in left field, slid, and he was on the disabled list all the way from the 9th of July all the way to the 1st of August.
Yep.
And that's why it was so important to get Zobrist, who can play the outfield and
got him to go up high.
Well, see, we've already seen what Mike Wright can bring to the table. The out to Zobrist was, again, that was just good sinking fastball. There's your Neeson pitch track. Get ahead, pitch out of the zone. And then you talked about when you use your secondary pitches, just check out these numbers. Those are your secondary pitches. The slider may be a little bit more like your fastball. So again, as he gets more starts, more innings, those are the pitches that he's going to have to not stop throwing, but be maybe a little more judicious when he throws it.
Lorenzo Cain, who I suspect will get some consideration as an MVP candidate in the American League. He has had a tremendous season for this ball club. He is 6 for 13 with a couple of RBIs against the Orioles, and he's going to give him a lead right here. That ball back at the wall, and goodbye home run. Lorenzo Cain delivers the homer, his first against the Orioles this season, and it is a 1-0 lead for the Royals.
Yeah, I'm not sure even in the huge ballpark in Kansas City that ball might not have gone out of it. That's a no-doubter. And again, the last shot for Mike Wright. Take a look right here. I mean, this is a fastball. It wasn't a hanging slider like he threw to Batista. And you're right about Cain. I mean, he's the poster child. If you're going to make a trade, and that's one of those lean back swings. He came over in the Zach Greinke trade along with Escobar, their shortstop. Kind of athletic player you want to try to get when he's young and then hope he matures, and he has.
Eric Hosmer will take a strike. Cain gets his 15th home run, his 66th RBI of the season. That is the first home run he has ever hit against the Orioles. Never had one prior to that one right there. Hosmer 1 for 2 in the series in Kansas City. Will foul that one back. He is 7th in the American League with a .309 batting average. A lot of that has come against the righties. .327 against right-handers this season. And a good road hitter, over 300. 0-2 delivery on the way. Hosmer going upstairs to foul one back.
Yeah, just because you throw a home run. I mean, I certainly learned this lesson early in my career, where if your fastball is your best pitch and you throw one down the middle and somebody cranks it out of the ballpark, just don't throw it down the middle. Keep throwing it. I mean, just it's that inside lane, that outside lane, and
got him up high. So he gets a couple of strikeouts in the inning. The 6th home run allowed by Wright as a starter. Cain got it. 1-0. third win in a row here tonight. Starting lineup brought to you by Southwest. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Raimo, Machado, and Jones. Davis, Pierce, Scope, Joseph, Hardy, and Alvarez. Manny Machado goes from the 1 spot to the 3 spot. Now will hit second, and at home this year, good numbers.
And they will face Danny Duffy. Well, good fastball. He averages very much like Mike Wright, even though he's left-handed, about 95. Breaking ball. And maybe kind of between a curveball and a slider, can get it going down pretty good, and then the occasional changeup. Of course, he's coming off a year where he was 6-9, but with a very low ERA, about 2.65. So pretty much all the numbers across the board up a little bit for Danny Duffy. But against the Orioles, you would never have known it. He was real good.
And Duffy will miss inside to Nolan Reimold. Duffy with a 1-0 mark this year and the 2-1 lifetime mark against the Orioles. 1-0 pitch. Reimold has taken over the number 1 spot in the lineup for the Orioles of late. When Jones was out, Manny Machado moved down to the 3 hole. Now with Adam back, Manny moves to the 2 spot. 2-0 delivery on the way. Reimold will take, and the count goes quickly to 3-0.
Well, he had a couple of walks and runs scored up in Baltimore, or up in New York, but I think, for Nolan Reimold, he's been able to show that he's healthy, but we haven't seen the bat speed and the home run power that I think that the Orioles wanted. Things that he has been able to show in the past. So a couple of weeks to do that.
3-0 delivery on the way. Reimold takes 4 in a row, and Duffy kind of hangs the arm down like, wait a minute. I know one of those was a strike. And home plate umpire taking it from the dugout, too.
Well, 66 errors. Orioles with 61, so a very good defense. Gordon, 4 Gold Gloves. Kane on his way to 1. Rios, Moustakas at third. Escobar, Zobrist, Hosmer won a couple of Gold Gloves, and then Salvador Perez, another Gold Glover behind the plate for the Royals.
So the Orioles leadoff man on, which they did a lot of in New York.
Well, the other factor we talked about, Manny Machado, Parr's not going to lead off, or Manny's not going to lead off. He's an ideal second place hitter in the sense he get the ball to right field so well.
Manny, 5th time. He has batted second this year, 5th. And Buck Showalter, that's down low too. And now Duffy wants Perez to come out and talk to him just to settle this down. Perez is skipping out.
Well, he wants the low strike, and when you're 3-0, you don't get the borderline pitches. And right here, this is, talking to a lot of the guys that, saw Danny Duffy. And, last year, James Shields, now with San Diego, came over, and the maturity level went up because of his guidance. So Duffy always, one of those guys that got a great arm. Sometimes motions get away from you.
And that pitch is in there for a strike. Well, if he had read the report card on the home plate umpire, Mark Carlson, he would have known that historically, Mark does not give the benefit of the doubt on close pitches to the pitcher.
And then if you're all over,
you really don't
zone,
get it.
You don't. Yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike count. Runner at first base. Pitch on the way. Put up in the air. He was way out in front of that.
And that's even worse historically. Worse history.
And the count goes to 1-2. Well, Buck Showalter today obviously asked why Manny number 2, and of course the obvious answer was why not. And as Buck said, what difference does it make anymore in this game? We don't really have number 1 hitters anymore, number 2 hitters. We all go up, we swing, and trying to hit home runs and put big runs up on the boards. And a good deal of truth in that. Foul back.
Well, I think, in the old days, you wanted a guy that could get on. When Brady Anderson led off, who'd you have hitting second? Robbie Alomar. Now he's in Cooperstown, Hall of Famer, switch hitter, could pull the ball, could hit home runs. Manny can do that. Manny, not that Reimold's going to steal base, but Manny can shoot the ball to right field, as we mentioned.
1-2 the count. Runner on at first base. Duffy's delivery to him will be inside. The more and more, it used to be laughed at a little bit, but not anymore. When you make the lineup up, you take your 3 best hitters and you put them at the top because you're trying to get them the most at bats you can in a game, and that's really the only difference, I think, much more in a lineup, is how many times can you get your best hitters up.
Yeah, and how often do you have a Ricky Henderson?
Yeah,
that can steal bases, a high on base percentage, can hit home runs.
You just don't have that anymore, or teams that want to play that way. 2-2 delivery. Machado in the off-speed delivery fouled off. Rained out in Cleveland. Tigers are playing at Cleveland. Orioles hope that stays away tomorrow, but the forecast is not good. afternoon game for tomorrow here.
Yeah,
doubleheader being played today in Philly. They are playing that one.
Yeah, Toronto looks like they're up 2-0 over the Yankees.
2-2 delivery on the way, and Duffy's having to throw a lot of pitches to two hitters as that one's up and away, 11, and he's not recorded an out yet.
Well, it's a different mound. Haven't pitched here since last year. Come out of the bullpen. Don't know what the strike zone is going to be. You might have an inkling, as you mentioned. You know the scouting report and umpires. Everything changes.
3 ball, 2 strike count. See if runner goes. Reimold the lead. He'll throw over just to try and get him leaning back to the bag.
Yeah, that was not a particularly good mood. It was just hoping that maybe you might get Nolan Reimold leaning, or maybe just somebody told him to do it. That's what it looked like.
Duffy with a 2-1 mark against the Orioles. The ERA is 2. He's been really good in the starts against the Orioles. 3 ball, 2 strike count. Runner not going anywhere. Machado's on with a walk 2. So 2 walks here in the first inning. He has walked 48 now in 121 innings pitched. Not a good ratio because he's not a strikeout pitcher. He's only got 79 strikeouts.
Yeah, his season high, which tied a start back in April, was against the Orioles. But again, you look at his base on balls. They've settled down a game in the last 4 starts, but early on in the season, a couple of games, 3 games of 4, 1 of 6, 1 of 5. So the Orioles are hoping that maybe he'll get a little bit wild, and then if he tries to throw strikes, maybe he'll be wild in the strike zone. Orioles can take advantage of that.
Well, Adam Jones gets the opportunity right away. Duffy's delivery to him, and that's inside. He's way off the mark here in most of these.
Well, he was like a machine, back on the 25th of August against the Orioles. Early lead. Again, only the 1 walk in that game. Actually, 2 walks. It didn't give up any home runs.
Adam hitting .248 with runners in scoring position, significantly down from last year. 1-0 count. Runners off first and second. Adam swings through that one. Adam has had a tough month here with that shoulder bothering him and having to miss a couple of ball games. And at the plate, he's only had 7 hits in his last 48 at bats, covering some 13 games. Only 3 RBIs.
Yeah, and that injury is a bone bruise to the rotator cuff, so it's not something you can really strengthen. You can do the exercises.
Inside
but again. When you get one of those bone bruises,
hurts.
Ask Mark Teixeira. He just got a bone bruise on the leg, and that hasn't gone away in 6 weeks.
Yep.
So now you're playing, you're throwing, you're swinging.
Adam is 1 for 9 off Duffy in his career. 2-1 count, 2 on, nobody out, looking for the ground ball, but Duffy's a fly ball pitcher and rip foul. Duffy among the left-handers, he is the second most pronounced fly ball pitcher in the league.
Yeah, there's Hector Santiago of the Angels, and then of course Danks.
Tough to get ground ball outs.
Yeah, Wei and Chen.
Our Express Stat by Express Care, a LifeBridge Health partner. For locations, visit whywaitintheer.com.
And of course, that's why his numbers are a little better at home. 4-3, big ballpark. ERA a little over 4 runs. 3-4 on the road.
Here's the 2-2 delivery on the way. Jones will foul that one back and hold the count at 2-2 off the fastball. Adam in the series in Kansas City, a couple of hits and 13 at bats, including a home run. He did have 2 RBIs against the Royals. He's a .260 career hitter against Kansas City. The Orioles trying to get to Duffy here in the first inning. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Still nobody out. Breaking ball that's going to miss up and in.
Yeah,
So another full count.
Yeah, he's really feeling for his release point.
Man, 7 pitches on this at bat to Adam Jones. With runners in scoring position, Duffy's got a high number this year, 273. And again, Perez is going to go out and have a word with his starter. This is a really off-kilter start for Duffy. Granted, it's only the 3rd hitter that he's faced, but You sure would rather not have a ball game start this way. You see the first inning runs allowed, 6 earned. 22 starts he's had this year.
No, that can certainly change here if he gets one in the middle of the plate.
Outfield deep, no breeze blowing at all here. 2 on with walks, Raimel and Machado. 3-2 delivery on the way, and Adam will go down swinging.
Yeah, good pitch to hit, good swing. Bad result because, again, movement and velocity. Talked about that he doesn't strike that many people out, but that's one he probably just threw for the outside part of the plate and let it move, and it did.
So Duffy gets 1 away. Adam Jones back to the bench. Chris Davis with an 8-game hit streak. Chris has been on an absolute tear around Major League Baseball. He has upped his number now to 299 with runners in scoring position. That has gotten better and better with each passing game over the last month. Pitch will be taken outside.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. Look at that in 8 games, and that's where those 6 home runs, 12 RBIs, straight away, left, right.
Leads Major League Baseball, 41 home runs. He is 3rd in RBIs. 1-0 delivery, and that'll be fouled back on the big uppercut. Chris has an 0 for 6 coming into the ball game against this left-hander. Of course, we've talked all year about how Chris has improved against the left-handed pitchers. A dramatic improvement, 50% better in about every category against the lefties compared to last year, hitting .298 off left-handers. Gave him one to look at away that time. Kind of a slurve pitch way up in the air, and a 2-ball 1-strike count.
Yeah, that was something other than a fastball and a fastball count, and hope I get it over, and he didn't.
So a 2-ball 1-strike count. Chris trying to pick up an RBI or 2. Runners off first and second base. 2-1 delivery on the way to him. Davis down to first and foul, leaving it up. Toronto's jumped on the Yankees first inning 5-0. MVP probable. Josh Donaldson's had a 2-run homer. Smokes had a 2-run homer. Tulowitzki an RBI single in the first inning. They're still hitting with 1 out. 2-ball 2-strike count, 1 away. Big series in the battle for first place in the American League East at Yankee Stadium this weekend. And Davis swings and misses. Well, Duffy, all or nothing inning. 2 strikeouts, 2 walks.
Well, the kind of stuff to get back into an inning because of those abilities. And you talked, it's also the makeup of the Orioles. Talked about the Royals strike out the least amount of times. The Orioles 13 out of 15. And for Chris, I mean, talk about all or nothing. 183rd strikeout.
So Duffy's got a chance to get out of the inning after walking the first 2.
And both of those pitches were in the middle of the plate. You know, he's a stuffed type of guy, and I can certainly relate to that. Early in my career, boy, you'd get yourself in trouble, and then sometimes you would get out. And it would not be making blown away pitches. Sometimes you got to trust your stuff, and that's what he's been able to do here for the last 2 hitters.
And he spots that one on Pierce. Steve, a 1 for 2, the only times he has faced Duffy.
Boy, they put a severe shift in the outfield on Steve Pierce. I mean, way around. You know, Gordon almost down the line, and Kane. And
popped him up first base side. Perez can lean, doesn't have to. Wow. The Orioles 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position in the first inning. Royals lead it 1-0. Game tonight brought to you by Miller Lite. Big crowd on this Friday night to open up this 3-game set. Tomorrow's going to be an afternoon game, 1 o'clock. It'll be on Fox, ESPN Sunday night game at 8. So 3 different start times in this series.
You got that, right? 1 o'clock game tomorrow?
I do.
Okay.
Want to come?
I'll be here. Well, I talked to Brooks Robinson. Brooks is bringing the grandkids.
Brooks, you coming tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, great.
I said, what's the occasion? He goes, I love Oriole baseball.
There you go. Haven't seen Brooksy for a while here. That's great. Here is Morales, the designated hitter in the ball game, and what a season he is having. He comes in third in the American League with 101 RBIs. Donaldson, Davis, Morales, and the pitch taken inside. Last 39 games, he's only hitting .359 with 6 home runs. He's been unbelievable here in this ballpark in his career. .390 at Camden Yards. And that one to center field. Jones back. Jones at him. Reaching. Not going to get it. It'll roll to the wall. He'll play it himself. Easy on the arm now. And he is. Gives it the rainbow toss in. And Morales continues a double to lead off the second inning.
Well, to hit .390, you got to get good pitches to hit. And this is a 2-seamer. Outside, really almost on the corner. And then again, when you play shallow and somebody hits the ball hard and it knuckles a little bit, you just can't get back in time. And that is one of the negative things of playing shallow. And because if the ball is torched and that one was hit hard, it's not a single, not an out, it's an extra base hit.
Those 40 doubles good enough for second in the American League. Brantley first with Cleveland. Moustakas pitch off the glove, held on to though Joseph in front of him. Moustakas, he had a big series against the Orioles in Kansas City. He went 8 for 14. He had 2 home runs and 7 RBIs against the Orioles in that 4-game set. Moustakas also another terror against Orioles pitching. And the off-speed delivery is going to miss outside. He's hitting .270 with runners in scoring position. He's got one out there right now in Morales.
Well, at least he wants to move him over. Earlier in the year he was around .335 using the whole field. I ran into George Brett down in Arkansas a couple of weeks ago. He said he stopped doing that, but he's gotten back to it. Well, we saw that in home runs and even a line drive rocket into left field when the Orioles visited Kansas City.
Very valuable, obviously, part of this ball club. I was talking with some of the KC people before the game. I said, who do you think your MVP is? And in each case, there was a long pause, and justifiably so, a positive pause. You don't have a ready answer because you've got a lot of people who've contributed on this Kansas City team in big ways.
Yeah, and they all play at a high level.
Yeah. I mean, Kane probably is the one that people come down to most if you had to name an MVP. And part of that is the fact he plays such great defense. But offensively, you can go up and down this lineup. Hosmer, Morales, Moustakas, Kane, and you got big numbers all around those players.
Yeah, and then you can pretty much go to the back end of their bullpen.
Yeah.
Obviously relief pitchers with some exceptions. But Eckersley won a Cy Young. I mean, every once in a while you'll have a reliever do it when they have one of those years. But, well, this is why they have the most wins in the American League. They're so well balanced.
2-ball, 2-strike count. Runner off second base. Moustakas takes the breaking ball.
And that's a really good slider. It's exactly where you want to throw it, in a sense. You don't want to hang it in the middle of the plate. The home run and the double have been on those kind of pitches. But again, the maturity level for Mike Moustakas, one of the best high school hitters to come out of the draft. And again, he's had to learn to hit. And they rushed him to the big leagues very quickly.
3-ball, 2-strike count. Morales, the runner at second, nobody out. Wright's delivery to him, ground ball. Pierce will do the overhand toss, and Wright getting over there in plenty of time. Moustakas gets it done, though, as he gets Morales moved up. You take a look at Perez coming to the plate, and our American Standard Who's Hot, Who's Not celebrate the season with the American Standard All-Star event. Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com for amazing rebate and financing opportunities.
Yeah, so Reimold, getting to play regularly, and then Perez All-Star Gold Glove catcher, so he can kind of ride this not so hot streak right to the postseason. And of course, he does lead the team in home runs with those 19.
And Perez among the catchers in the American League. 1, 2, or 3 in almost every offensive category. And the Orioles are going to play in.
Yeah, at least halfway, Gary. And you do this to cut off the run. You also do it because Perez doesn't run well.
In the dirt, block, good play by Joseph, holding Morales at third base.
And the other thing you have to understand, and Mike Wright, because of his stuff's going to learn this. What do you do best? He does have a tremendous sinking fastball. So again, you throw him a breaking ball, but if you hang it, that's a fly ball pitch. Throw him the two-seamer, make him pound the ball on the ground, and hopefully you'll be able to cut off the runner.
1-0 count on him. Perez comes in with an 0 for going. He's not had a hit in his last 13 times to the plate. He does have a 300 average with runners in scoring position, though, and there is his runner right now, Morales, 90 away. 2-0 count. Wright's delivery to him. Perez will take that. That's going to be inside. You've got Rios waiting on deck. A hotter hitter than you've got at the plate in Perez.
Yeah, it was red hot till even Calvin Herrera got the chicken pox. Slowed him down a little bit.
That will do it.
And the other thing is that, and I'm not saying it's easy because Perez can, even though he's not hot now, if you walk him, Rios is tough to double up.
Yeah. 3-0 delivery on the way, taken. Ooh. And that's one Buck Showalter, we were talking about it the other day. He said, our scouting report, I asked our advanced scout a couple of things to tell me, and one of them is at the top of the list who's hot and who's not. And we go over that with the pitchers, and we get a guy who's not hot, you got to go get him. And then the guy who is swinging a good bat, maybe you'd stay away a little bit.
Well, that's the lack of experience. Again, try to make perfect pitches the first 2. Then all of a sudden you go, well, I got to throw a strike, but there's some urgency because there's a runner in third, less than 2 outs, and the next thing you know, you got an extra runner on base.
So first and third, 1 away. Here is Alex Rios. He will take the pitch for a strike. He does not have the good numbers with runners in scoring position. And he wanted to know, wasn't that pitch up?
It was. Duffy's want to go, weren't those balls strikes? No.
The never-ending conversation. Pitcher, catcher, hitter, umpire.
Exactly. It's human nature.
Yep. 0-1 delivery on the way. And that'll be outside for a ball at 96.
Well, let's just even it up. Come on.
I want you to umpire a game so bad.
Well, I mean, that's a strike. And Mark Carlson said, well, I missed the first one, so let's even it up. I don't know if he said that, but it obviously looked like he was thinking that.
1 ball, 1 strike. And that one's inside. He had a real good series against the Orioles. Alex went 6 for 11 in the series in Kansas City. Good hitter in this ballpark. Good hitter against the Orioles. Morales a double at third now, and Perez at first with that free pass. Already a 1-0 lead. Both pitchers throwing a lot of pitches early. 2-1 delivery on the way. Rios foul that one. Let's take a look at our Jeep Inside the Numbers early on for the Orioles starter.
No, again, what are we in the second inning? There are the numbers, innings 1 to 3. And then he settles down. Maybe he gets more in the rhythm. Rios helped him out right there, swinging to the ball that was, about 4 inches off the plate. But a lot of that had to do with the velocity and the movement.
So he's got him even here. 2-2, Wright does. With 1 away. Double play depth in the infield. Ball tagged to center. Jones. Here's that arm question. Adams got it. Lets it fly. Cut off. Throw to. Oh! Couldn't get it out of the glove. Jones got to the cutoff man. Morales scores. But Perez moves up and never should have, and Steve Pearce just couldn't get it out of the glove.
Yeah, they get a big break. I mean, Salvador Perez, he's going to get thrown out. Morales doesn't have great speed, but this ball's deep enough where if you've done your scouting work, no way that Adam Jones can throw him out. So you're going to run yourself with no reason to get into the third out, and there's the short hop, and then you just can't make the transfer. where they get a break. Not only that, they get a run.
And a runner in scoring position. So it is a 2-0 lead now. And that will bring Escobar to the plate. Rios gets the sacrifice fly RBI. And there are 2 out in the inning. Now Cities Escobar batting in the 9 spot. 2 for 16 against the Orioles this year. 2 down. And the pitch will be taken for a ball.
Yeah, it's a tight strike zone. Obviously, we had the 1 high strike, but usually that slider gets called. I'm saying usually. And sometimes you can't do much about a tight strike zone other than maybe throw more balls for the middle of the plate. There's another curveball.
That one is going to bounce, and the count goes to 2-0. But you got Escobar an RBI chance. That'll bring Dave Wallace.
But see, I think, and I'm sure Dave's going to come out and say, okay, we go over the hitters. We have these scouting reports, but he's got a good fastball. Made a mistake in the first inning to Kane, hit a home run. Fastball in the middle of the plate to Morales. But at the end of the day, you still have to do when you're young. Mike writes 25, what you do best. So if you're going to try to be a finesse pitcher when that's not really what you are yet, it's hard to have success at this level.
This is Mike's 8th major league start. Had that debut in May 17 against the Angels here at Camden Yards.
And Gary, wouldn't you think, you talked about the fact that they strike out the least amount of times. They have the highest batting average. They don't walk a whole lot. So they're a contact team.
Yep.
That means they have a pretty good idea with Dale Swaim, their batting instructor, to go up there and look for what they want to hit. And the ability in a big ballpark in Kansas City to make contact.
And a swing and a miss. Got that one where he wanted it. And a 2-ball 1-strike count on Escobar. Wright battling for potential starting role or a bullpen spot on the Orioles next year. Interesting, because you've got Duffy on the other side pitching for KC. He's trying to get into the postseason rotation. 2-1 delivery on the way. That'll be put down the line in right field. Playing very deep, coming and dropped in fair territory. Escobar was not running. He'll go into second base. Alvarez was deep and in the gap. He had a long way to go, but he got there and it came off his glove. And the Orioles defense, of all things, letting Wright down this inning.
Yeah, Perez ran himself into the 3rd out and he just misses this. Didn't quite get to it. I can't imagine they're going to score it in error because he really doesn't touch it, or if he does, right off the edge of his glove. So again, they play Escobar deep in right center field. Doesn't have a lot of power, and then Alvarez can't get to it.
So again, a double and an RBI for Escobar.
And that extra base, Perez was able to take on the drop throw. And now all of a sudden you got another chance.
Still 2 down, and a ground ball to the hole. Scope over, knocks it down, and makes the play. And Zobrist is retired. But a couple of runs in on a walk and 2 doubles, and it's now 3-0. after being selected. 500 more for every Orioles home run hit tonight. Play baseball buck scratch offs today. Win up to $50,000 instantly. Learn more. mdlottery.com/baseball. Gary Thorne, Jim Palmer, and a cast of tens of thousands. Big crowds. Too close to a sellout. Maybe is. It is a sellout tonight. They are packed in. Orioles down 3-0. So Duffy some room to work after a first inning where he got out of a jam after walking the first two. And the pitch taken for a strike. Jonathan Schoop. 3-game hit streak for Jonathan. He's raised the average to 280. Had a good series in KC. 5 for 15, a homer, and 3 RBIs against the Kansas City Royals in that 4-game series.
Well, that home run was what, 485 feet off of Ventura down the left field line. Kept it fair.
Pitch on the way by Duffy, and a swing and a miss turned that over. Screwball effect on that.
Yeah, a little changeup. Well, he's got 3 pitches, and we saw in the first inning he got himself in trouble and then got himself out of trouble with his stuff.
1-2 pitch down the line deep and foul. So to stay at a ball and 2 strikes. Jonathan Schoop becoming much more discussed by opponents each time the Orioles have a new opponent. Players, people surrounding the team want to talk about Schoop. How good is he? What's he like? What's he doing? Finally getting some recognition in light of the fact that he missed the first part of the year and the first go around with a lot of the teams. We really hadn't had a chance to see him play. And when you do get to see him play, you realize what a talent he is, both in the field and at the plate. 2-2 delivery by Duffy will be fouled off the other way. For Jonathan, it's his 67th game. Compare that to Manny Machado, who's played in them all 139.
Yeah, it turned 24 in October. So again, do a lot of things to help you win.
Swung on and missed. Strikeout number 3 for Duffy.
You know, they do a nice job right here, obviously, of executing the pitches, but he's late on the fastball. So what does Perez do? He calls for a curveball. Duffy throws a good one, and he throws it under the strike zone. And that's what you try to do when you get ahead of the count. Try to get him to chase a ball out of the zone, and he did.
Orioles against Duffy in the starts he's made, hitting only 182 coming into this ball game. Here's Caleb Joseph. Caleb will take the pitch for a ball. Caleb against Duffy, a 1 for 4. 11 home runs, 47 RBIs, a lot of key base hits late in ball games. RBI situations for Caleb. That'll be a strike called on the outside corner. It'll go to 1-1.
Yeah, he's become a very, very good inside half hitter, especially down in the zone. And then when runners get on base, it seems like he'll concentrate and focus on going back up the middle.
1-1 delivery to him, and that will miss inside. So Duffy with a 2-ball 1-strike count. Mentioned how Duffy has an interest in not only winning this ball game but making a sizable impression. He and Chris Medlin right now are kind of toss-ups of that 4th spot for the postseason. 2-1 pitch will be away, and he will fall behind Caleb Joseph. 3 balls and 1 strike. It's been quite a year. 83 wins for the Kansas City Royals. They took hold of that division lead and have just hung on. 3-1 pitch on the way. Joseph on a good one down and away. 3-2.
Well, they go to what, game 7? Tying run on base in the 9th inning against the Giants. They end up losing, and then what do? They start the year with 7 straight wins.
And have not looked back.
No, really haven't.
They are up by 11 coming in to tonight. Caleb will foul it away, keep his at-bat alive.
Yeah, it appeared that, at least in the American League Central, obviously you have the Indians with their very good pitching. And then, of course, the White Sox in that division made probably the most monumental changes. But they only had 1 run all year.
Yeah.
And when they did it, it was more about the wild card, not about winning the division.
3-ball, 2-strike count. Again, Caleb will foul it away and hold the count at 3-2. So the Orioles back in with a non-division game series against Kansas City, and then the Red Sox will be coming in for 3. Buck Showalter's ball club. First goal right now back to 500. They are 67 and 72. 4-4 mark this month. 3-2 pitch on the way, and Joseph will go down swinging. So that's 4 for Duffy.
Well, we told you the Orioles do strike out a lot, and came in 13th out of the 15 teams. And here it is. I had good stuff. I was a 3rd round draft choice. I trust my fastball. And commanding a lot better here in the 2nd inning than he did in the 1st.
Hardy did not play because of injuries in the series in Kansas City. Coming back off the DL, 3rd game. He is 0 for 8 since coming off the DL. 2 down, nobody on. 1 strike delivery. He's going to miss inside. He's had good numbers in his career against this Kansas City ball club. 301. 7 home runs. You see 27 RBIs. 42nd game he's played against KC. Took just enough off that to have Hardy out in front. 1-2. The Orioles 500 against left-handed starters. 18 and 18 this year. 1-2 pitch will be looped. Could be a base hit. Kane coming. Not so. Lorenzo Cain runs it down, and Duffy has a 1-2-3 inning. The Royals on top. University College, they bring us this moment in history. It was 9/11/01 in the wake of the terrorism attacks. MLB, of course, canceled all games for security reasons. There are 25 active players, none in this ball game, that were in Major League Baseball back on that date. There was no team in Washington, D.C. The Nationals were still part of the Expos. And in honor of that, the flags, of course, are at half staff all around the country today. Major League Baseball, the hats being worn have the American flag on it. In addition, the Blue Jays featuring the Canadian flag on their 9/11 hats. And those hats are going to be available to be bid on. You can go to MLB.com. We shall not forget. Pitch is swung on and missed. The proceeds are going to benefit the 9/11 Memorial and Museum, the Pentagon Memorial, and the Flight 93 Memorial, the sites of the attacks. Gordon at the plate, struck out his first time up. He will foul that one off, and look out. Oh my gosh. Gordon, you see his hands over his head. That's one of those drives that went directly over the dugout into the first row behind it, and all of the players are up and looking. But why don't we wait another 3 years before we extend the nets down the line?
Yeah, you really need to do it. I mean, that's another example. You just don't have enough time.
0-2 count. Gordon, Kane, and Hosmer. 0-2 delivery on the way. Down the line. Wright gets over the cover. Good play by Pierce. One away. Tomorrow the Orioles take on the Royals for a special 105 afternoon matinee. First 20,000, 15 and over. Get the Birdland knit scarf. Tickets for the game available at Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. And thank goodness that play was made by Pierce, because if you take a look at Alvarez right now in right field, that's where he was playing against Alec Gordon. If that ball goes down the line into right field, Alvarez would have to run 5 miles to get to it.
Well, you know, and a lot of times you'll shift on the count when the guy's late on your swing. That's the amazing thing about that at bat. Hits one over their dugout, then hits a double, except Pierce is playing there.
Yeah.
I mean, that ball was a screamer.
And again, positioning because of scouting, all the graphs that are done had Steve moved over.
So fly balls the other way, ground balls on the ground.
Yep.
In the pull mode.
Lorenzo Cain delivered a home run his first time up. Number 15 on the year. First ever that he has had against the Orioles.
Yeah,
he's 7 for 14 this year now against the O's.
Yeah, and on Kansas City, you know, you'd get ahead of him and then he'd fight one off for a double down the right field line. And then again right there, you know, it's a little change up. It stays up, so he's quick enough as he was on the home run. But unless you really watch this team, talking about Kansas City, the jump that Lorenzo Cain got on that little line drive was the best I've seen all year.
It made it look easy.
And he probably does that every game.
Yeah.
It was an exceptional jump to make really a routine, maybe base hit into an out. And you know what that does? It gets you off the field.
And that's why we were talking about he's an MVP candidate. Yeah. Because he does that all the time with his defensive play, and then comes to the plate and puts up enormous numbers.
Yeah, 17th round draft choice, and then came over to the Royals, and again the Zach Greinke trade.
That will be inside to him. If you take Cain's numbers going back through the League Championship Series last year against the Orioles, he is now 15 for 29 with 7 runs scored in the last 8 games against the Orioles. 3-2 pitch on the way, and he'll foul that one off the other way for a souvenir. So Wright trying to find a way to get him out of there. 3-ball 2-strike count, up to 48 pitches thrown. Innings 1 through 3 have been the problem for Mike Wright. We showed you, and trying to get through this third. He's given up the 3 runs on 3 hits so far. 3-2 pitch on the way, and Cain, towering pop-up. It's behind second. Hardy will make the catch. And it's time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use O's Couch Cam. You might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast, brought to you by T-Mobile. 2 down, bases are empty. That'll bring Hosmer to the plate. He was a strikeout victim his first time up. Two down, nobody on, and Hosmer will take the pitch. Wright's first outing against Kansas City. So these hitters getting their first look at the Oriole right-hander. 1-0 delivery. He's going to miss the outside corner. 2-0.
Yeah, if you look at the scoreboard, you say, well, he really hadn't pitched that well, but the Orioles haven't played very well behind him. I mean, only the home run by Cain. A couple of balls in the middle of the plate. And I really think the theme with Mike Wright is, obviously, if you're the Orioles, still in the race, even though there's, 7 teams in front of you, but give him an opportunity to pitch, because he may be one of your guys next year. Otherwise, he may be out in the bullpen. Ultimately, that may be where his best fit is.
3-0 delivery on the way, and walked him on 4 straight. So Wright surrenders his second walk of the ball game. He gave one up to Perez in the second inning, and Perez would come around to score.
And then, Gary, what happens when you look at the scoreboard and you're a young pitcher, even a veteran, sometimes 3-0. You go, oh, can't give up another one. And so 2-0, you squeeze it a little bit. That's ball 3. And then, well, he may be swinging 3-0. And there's your base on balls. And now you bring up their leading RBI guy.
Here is Morales on a ball club that has had a sensational year of picking up 2-out RBIs. They have been phenomenal in that regard, having 3 of the leaders in the league in 2-out RBIs. That is taken by Morales. It is in there for a strike. They did that to the Orioles in the games in Kansas City, scoring with 2 down inning after inning in 3 of the 4 victories that they picked up. Morales is hitting .342 when there are 2 outs. 0-1 delivery, swing and a miss. Good off-speed pitch by Wright.
Yeah, really good changeup. Of course, how do you drive in over 100 runs? You hit .351 with runners in scoring position. Perfectly located. Left one up in the middle of the plate, and he doubled his last time up.
2 down, shift on in the infield. Morales will take the pitch away. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Kendrys Morales, one of the few this year who's been a DH continually in the mode of David Ortiz and Morales.
Yeah, switch hitting.
Yeah.
DH.
A lot of ball clubs this year have moved people in and out of it, including the Orioles. Brady's, of course, had that job consistently in the first half of the season.
Yeah, you got Victor Martinez over in Detroit. Having, a guy that primarily plays almost every game as the DH when he's healthy. Yeah, Wright tried to get the ball up and in, and it ran over the plate.
Saw Hosmer over there at first, very short lead. And a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, it's not where Caleb Joseph wanted it, and maybe that's why he didn't get it. But we talked about Mark Carlson. This is a slider that's a strike. I mean, it's over the outside part of the plate, but you have to reach back, and that fools the umpire.
So it takes a count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Down the line again. Morales has very little right or left-handed. 297 right and 287 left-handed. Home runs 16 left, 14 right. So he makes up for the 10-point difference in average with the home runs.
Yeah, that's the difference. When he had a big year early on out of Cuba with the Angels, when he had 34, I think 31 of them were hitting left-handed. So a more mature, better hitter from both sides of the plate.
2-2 delivery to him, and he reached for it. Drives it way up in the air. Adam Jones. He's got it. That'll retire the side. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left on base. We'll go to the bottom half of the 3rd inning. The Royals on top, 3-0. These situations often. On home runs this season, 30% this year have been hit while behind in the count. A-Rod 12 out of his 30 when pitchers are behind in the count, just as you would expect. Opposite field hits, we talk about that. Dozier, Young, Bautista, top 3 of those 5 in taking the ball the other way this season. And the Chicago Cubs, they're going to win 90 games unless they just fall apart. If they do that, and they'll probably win more, Giants have got to go 19-4 to overtake them. For the second wild card, the Nationals would have to go 20-4. By the numbers.
Yeah, that's what, only 10 more wins in about, 23 games for the Cubs?
Yep.
Which is easy to do when you're playing well, and
they are.
Well, yes, and they hope that it stays that way.
And they won today. First game of the doubleheader, they beat Philadelphia 5-1. That ball put up in the air and hit well, left center field. Kane going back of the wall, and goodbye, home run. His first major league home run. Alvarez couldn't help but jump as he rounded first base and as he crosses the plate.
Well, you got to get on the board, and he certainly does. It looked like he had a changeup, and boy, he just went out, kept the hands back, and they will celebrate as they should.
So a moment he will remember forever. And the Orioles get on the board. And Raimo will take the pitch.
Yeah, again, I mean, really in the middle of the plate, but he just makes a nice swing. And again, the hands with very good bat speed.
Dario Alvarez, who had 16 at AAA this year. Orange hat. The man there has the baseball, and obviously Alvarez is going to want that. Pitch will be taken down low for a ball. Reimold walked first time up for Rebecca Hoffman, our Maryland lottery contestant. $500 for every home run the Orioles hit, and there's one. Duffy has given up 14 home runs. They've all been hit by right-handers. Pulled the glove back. Escobar got him. What a nice play, and Duffy of mind not to touch that ball on the way through. Well, Sunday's game at Oriole Park has been moved from the 1:35 start time to the 8 o'clock start time. National ESPN broadcast. You can get tickets or exchange information by going to Orioles.com or by calling 888-848-BIRD. So Alvarez happy on the bench. He'll stop smiling sometime tomorrow. And the pitch will be taken away. Manny Machado. So a 3-1 ball game. The Orioles' first hit of the game, by the way. Machado drew a walk his first time up. Orioles had 2 on, nobody out first inning, and could not get a run in off Duffy. That one Machado fouled off, and I think that got a piece of him and hurt. Looks like his foot.
Yeah, that hard slider, lefties to righty, righty to lefties, would not hit right on top of it. So the ankles, the shins, sometimes all the way up the leg. It looked like it got the back leg. You don't see this very often.
1-1 delivery on the way. He'll pop it up, back, out of play. And the count stays a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Manny Machado. Duffy working in a hurry. Ground ball got him to go off the end of the bat, right where Zobrist was playing. Machado is retired, 2 down after the home run by Alvarez. Orioles continue to be among the leaders in the American League in home runs. They've been in that number 4 spot in homers for about 3 months, I think. 185 home runs. Kansas City comes in on the other end. They are 15th, dead last in homers with 113. 2 down, bases empty, and here is Adam Jones. Strikeout victim, his first time up. Adam will take the pitch for a strike. Again, they give Adam as Jim noted, that right center field alley to these number of these right-handed hitters for the Orioles. Swing and a miss and a pitch up and away.
Yeah, that's that hard slider, almost a little bit more of a slurve than a cutter, and that one got away from him. But Adam thought he was going to break over the middle of the plate and swung right through it.
2-strike count from Duffy. And Adam, a big pop-up back, way up, and it'll be on the other side of the screen by half dozen rows. And the count will stay at 2 strikes on Adam. Talking to Salvador Perez, their outstanding catcher. 0-2, 2 down. Duffy's delivery to him, and Adam goes after one in the dirt. Perez stops it and gets the assist. But Alvarez delivers the long ball, a run on 1 hit, no errors, nobody left for Alvarez, his first major league home run. Put the Orioles on the board. 3-1. By your local Mazda dealers and by PNC for the achiever in you. Now there's a memento to take home from the ballpark, huh? That's pretty good. I never could draw, so when I watch somebody do that, I'm always amazed.
3rd grade.
Oh, it's terrible.
Well, that's right. 3rd grade. That's when I really got into sports. My 3rd grade art teacher said, "You're horrible." That's awful. I didn't need much encouragement. I mean,
I understand.
See you later. See you with the piano recital. You got to be kidding me. I think that's what my piano teacher said. So I went outside to the playground.
Moustakas on his 27th birthday.
And again, it didn't take much. Ice skating, roller skating. I could go right down the list.
Right down the list. Keep me away. The DH picked up a Moustakas, rather, grounded out first time up. He is 27 today. 4th inning. 3 runs on 3 hits for the Royals. 1 run on 1 hit for the Orioles. And that one will be foul black.
Yeah, good pitch right there. The one thing he's been trying to do, and again, not been able to do. I mean, good fastball, couple in the middle of the plate that they've hit, but when he gets ahead, unable to get that ball up and into the lefties. So out over the plate, sure. Dale Swaim has said, hey, strength's sinking and down the way. Once again, there's a good slider, but they're just not biting.
That's the patience they have at the plate, and they're great.
Well, also, if you don't overswing, you can, we always talk about staying inside the ball, use the middle of the field. Moustakas does it about as well as anybody for a young hitter, and 2 years ago, swinging at everything. That's probably a strikeout pitch.
2-2 off the end of the bat this time. With the shift on, Manny Machado's the only one over there, and will make the play. Register now for the Longevity Foundation Breathe Deep Baltimore 5K walk to raise funds and awareness for lung cancer in memory of the Orioles' late PR director, Monica Pence Barlow. It'll be on Saturday, October 3, right here at the ballpark. The proceeds benefit efforts to provide research grants and support community offerings. To register for more information, go to Orioles.com. Longevity. That went off the end of the bat again. Perez to right field in that power alley where Alvarez is playing. He's got that one. Perez retired. A couple of quick outs here in the 4th inning.
Yeah, what a difference when you don't have a runner at third and less than 2 outs, which was the case the last time with Perez. So he went right after him, made a good pitch. One of my former teammates, Ross Grimsley, former left-handed pitcher, was on the pregame show, and he said, my suggestion, and Ross, 18 games with us, 20 in Montreal the year after he left the Orioles, I think in 78, he said, whatever Mike Wright was doing when he was 9-1 with a 2.22 ERA in AAA, I suggest you do it up here.
Probably a good idea.
And we always know you go to another level, the hitters get better and they take more pitches and so on and so on. But must have been doing a lot of things well down there.
Rios sac fly RBI first time up, pulls the hands in, gets it to center. Jones is there, and he's got it. So after a tough first 3 innings, Mike Wright has a 1-2-3 here in the 4th, and it is a 3-1 Royals lead. Alliance, $13,702. The Fort Meade Alliance benefits the military personnel and their families. Orioles making that after the donation of a number of uniforms that were auctioned off. And then came Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield, $17,100 to the March of Dimes. Care First donated $50 to the March of Dimes to the walks picked up by the Orioles, each one of them. 5-year-old ambassador right there is Andrew Jacobs, born 8 weeks early. Those are presentations before the ball game today. Pitch is going to be foul back and out of play. Chris Davis at the plate. 3-1 ball game. Royals jumping out early. Home run by Kane. Then the second inning. And a couple of runs in. RBI by Rios on the sac fly. Escobar double. And the pitch taken down low by Chris Davis. Duffy has walked 1, struck out 4. Wright 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Duffy's delivery swung and a missed. Real off speed at 81.
That's the hook. It's a pitch when he got to the big leagues, and of course Tommy John surgery for him. Very much like Mike Wright, both drafted in the 3rd round of the free agent draft. Duffy a little more success in the minors, but then the elbow ligament transplant.
That one will bounce. Chris, in the 8 games since September 1, with those 6 home runs, 7 walks, 12 RBIs. Only 2 other Oriole players have had those kind of totals in an 8-game span. Jim Gentile and Albert Bell. 2-2 delivery, foul back. Gentile did it in 61. Albert Bell did it in 2000. 2 ball, 2 strike count.
Yeah, that was at least the way he's been swinging a home run pitch. 2-1 fastball, pretty much in the middle of the plate. You see it. Game winner off of Shreve the other night in New York, a lefty.
That one got jammed on, drives it right into the gap where they were not playing. Kane's got to make the long run over to get it. Davis on his way to second base will go in, and the Orioles, a stand-up double.
You know, you talked about the ability to actually hit lefties better. Not as many home runs, but the average close to 300. I mean, he just slows the swing down. I mean, he stays close a little bit longer. Scott Kulba, the hitting instructor, talking about the front shoulder, so important. Not only to Chris Davis, but when it comes up and out of the swing. But against lefties, it just seems like he tucks it a little bit more. And you saw right there using the whole field. And they were not ready for it.
Orioles get the potential tying run to the plate now. Steve Pearce popped out his first time up. Davis on at second. Orioles went 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position, all in the first inning after they got 2 on.
Now you got to know what you want to hit here, and you want to hit a ball to the right side. I know you're down by 2 runs, but it's only the 4th inning. Maybe your strategy changes a little bit because of the back end of their bullpen, but I think you still have to play situational hitting here.
0-1 delivery is going to be popped up in the air behind second base. Kane will make the catch. Pearce is retired and does not get the runner moved up. The O's upcoming schedule brought to you by Mile One Automotive, offering you 20 convenient locations throughout the Baltimore area. Visit them in store or online at mile1.com. Kansas City Royals, a couple more in this series. Red Sox in for 3 night games for the homestand. Chris Tillman, Yordano Ventura will go tomorrow. It'll be a Fox game at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, and then the Red Sox, a couple of different look outfield.
The red hot.
Yeah, they played
Red Sox. Orioles trying to stay ahead of the Red Sox and out of that bottom spot in the American League East. Be a discussion here. The Orioles are 67-72. Red Sox are 66-73. The 1 game separating the 2 ball clubs. Jonathan Scope, strikeout victim, is first time up. Chris Davis off second base, 1 away. Duffy's pitch to him, foul tipped into the mitt again. Throttles back to 81. Well, Norfolk got a victory over Columbus 6-1 today. Congratulations. That's great. So they are in that series now 2-1, right? Oh, 1-1. 1-1. 0-1 pitch on the way down the line at right field, and that is going to be a foul ball. Christian Walker, who we've talked about all season long in Norfolk, 1 for 2. Home run, 3 RBIs. Henry Urrutia went 1 for 4 with a home run. And Tyler Wilson, the starter, gave up a run, 4 hits, 5 innings.
Yeah.
In relief, he did that.
Yeah, he has actually come up and down and pitched well for the Orioles. So you would assume that when their series is over, Walker will be here.
Yep.
Urrutia and Tyler Wilson.
Fouled off the other way, holding the count at 2 strikes on Jonathan Scope.
Well, Jonathan Scope, of course, it's 0-2. I mean, he's hit a screamer to right, pulled the hanging breaking ball. He does swing the bat, 7 walks, and now what, 233 at bats.
Thou shalt not pass.
No.
0-2 count.
Yeah, Scott Coolbaugh talking to him, you know, and I remember in spring training he was talking about Jonathan, not a very rhythmic swing. That's gotten a lot better. He said, but he still has to let them know that you have to throw him a strike to get him out. And hopefully a lot of at-bats will allow him to do that.
0-2 pitch. That's the one that the Yankees had him going after, and obviously the scouting report showed that. That's that pitch up and away that's out of the strike zone that Jonathan was going after in New York. And he's gone after a couple times here with Duffy throwing it.
Yeah, what happens is if you do it early in the count, you get to this count. 0-2, 1-2, all the pitchers counts. And then it begins a little bit easier because you don't have to throw in the strike. And that was Scott Coolbaugh looking on. There's one mistake and this game's tied.
0-2, we got a base hit into right field. Davis at third will be held. Very shallow. Throw to the cutoff man by Alex Rios.
Yeah, the other thing is he had down by 2 runs. He had to make sure that the ball cleared the infield. So he didn't get a particularly good jump. It's not that he can't run. And you can see the target by Perez up in the zone to get it up, but it's out over the plate. And this is why Jonathan Scope's hitting .280 coming into the game. He's been using right field a lot better.
So the Orioles down by only 2. I have Caleb Joseph coming up with 2 on base. Caleb was a strikeout victim his first time up, but as we said, this is where he has shined. .348 with runners in scoring position this year for Caleb Joseph. Only 1 out, infield double play depth, and he will foul that one back.
So you know what Duffy wants to do. He wants to, with only 1 out, strike him out, pop him up. We showed you that number of all the left-handed starters in the American League, the second least amount of ground balls. And maybe a double play, not certainly. It's on the top of his list, but he doesn't do it very often. And you know, Caleb Joseph's trying to get a ball out of the infield.
Pitch on the way by Duffy. That'll be taken high and away. So Joseph evens the count up. 1 ball and 1 strike. Duffy has been one of those first strike necessity pitchers. He gets it. 226. He doesn't. Opponent batting average .324. Little lob toss over. Down at 1-1. Big moment here in the 4th inning for the Orioles. 1st and 3rd. Joseph on a grounder that hit him in the batter's box. So it's a foul ball. And the count at 1-2. Bowie's playing tonight. They play Altoona. 4-2 lead, 5th inning for them. But Showalter's kept track continuously all year long in the minor league ball clubs how they're doing. Corbin Joseph's 2 for 3. Latimer's had a 1 for 2. A couple of RBIs in the game. Quincy Latimer. Chris Lee pitching. 2 runs by 4 2/3 so far. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Joseph will go down to get it, foul it back.
Well, there's a little extra right low and away, and Caleb able to ruin a pretty good pitcher's pitch. 95. That's the most velocity we've seen.
Caleb's hit much better here at home than on the road this year. 277 compared to 211.
That kind of speaks volumes about what the Orioles have done.
Yeah.
You know, close to 5 runs a game at home and about 3.75 on the road.
1-2 count. 1st and 3rd occupied. 1 down. Pitch by Duffy. Joseph right back to him. Right through his legs. Steps on the bag and doesn't get him at first. Zobrist with a great play to get an out and almost turned an impossible double play.
And then Hosmer, of course, the first baseman, thought he had him. Kind of gestures to Ned Yost. You better maybe take a look at that. So everybody looking into the dugout, and they say nope. Their video people tell them that he beat it out. So the Orioles get their 2nd run. Right here, catch it. Probably have a double play. Again, a lot of times it's hard. See how what kind of velocity it is coming off the bat, and he just kind of flubs it. And then Zobrist does not have a lot of arm strength.
So Caleb Joseph makes it a 3-2 ball game. Fielder's choice. Unassisted at second base on the putout. Good play by Zobrist. And the pitch is in there for a strike, but the Orioles are back to within one. 3-2. Now runner at first base, 2 down. Hardy flied out to center field. His first time up. Foul tipped into the mitt.
Yeah, when you have a good outfielder, you got 4 gloves in the left. He plays, and that's Alex Gordon. He plays Hardy's powers that way. He plays deep, but look at where your right fielder and your center fielder Kane is. Rios can. It really doesn't matter.
Got him 5 strikeouts, but the Orioles get a run. Caleb Joseph. Orioles are 38-9 when he has an RBI. See if that holds up. Phillies, Mariners, Brewers, Angels, and Marlins all are in search of a new GM, with the Phillies' Ruben Amaro gone. And Scott Provrock, who was with the Orioles a long time, is the interim there now. Well, if you don't like that, how about being a manager? We have openings. The Detroit Tigers, according to WDIV in Detroit, they are set to fire Osmus at the end of the season. And for Mike Rizzio, the Nats GM, we have 25 games left. Matt Williams is our manager. He's going to lead us through this stretch. I've always supported him. We're not going to talk about 2016 while 2015 is ongoing.
No. But other people will.
Yes.
And they have.
And will continue to do so. Escobar will take the pitch for a strike. RBI double coming in the second inning. Sac fly by Rios, home run by Kane, the 3 on the board for the Royals. And that pitch will be taken for a strike.
Hey, you look at the numbers for the Nats, and what are they, 71 and 68? You'd think they would have been better. You know, they have had some injuries, but 3rd in runs, 7th in pitching. I thought that might be a little bit better with that kind of starting staff.
0-2 outside. It's the old expectations.
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
And did not go around on it. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Well, Wright held up to what we talked about earlier in the game. Take a look at the swing or non-swing. First 3 innings continue to be his bugaboo. That's a lot of innings, of course.
Yeah, and they play Alvarez after that pop fly double play. A lot different. There's another slider that misses, and Alvarez shifts over. He was deeper and in right center, so they made an adjustment.
Wright has now given up the last 6 starts. Runs in the first inning in 5 of them, and 20 runs in those starts in the first 3 innings. That had been his MO coming in, and it continued in this game as he gave up 3 runs, 3 hits in the first 3 innings of this ball game.
Yeah, that's, you know, I think that's just the inexperience factor. You know, a lot of times I always talk about paralysis by overanalysis. Scouting reports can do that.
Up and in, had him leaning.
It's not that they're not meant well, but sometimes you get so engrossed. And okay, I got to get this guy out. This is the way I was kind of told to do it, that you get away from your strengths. I think that's what Ross Grimsley was talking about in the pregame. Must have been doing something right down in AAA. And he does have a good fastball.
7th pitch of the at bat here. That'll go to short. Escobar's good buddy Hardy will make the play. 1 down here in the 5th inning. Well, those fans never miss a game update, behind the scenes moment, or exclusive content. Visit Masson Orioles on Twitter for all the latest Orioles buzz. That's Masson Orioles on Twitter. That'll bring Zobrist up to the plate. Ben Zobrist has grounded out twice in the ball game. And the pitch to him will be taken down low for a ball. 319 since joining the Royals, coming into tonight's game.
Well, they certainly geared up for the playoff by getting him, and not also Johnny Cueto, who has struggled as of late. Will pitch Sunday at the Sunday night baseball game against the Orioles. But they use 5 pitchers out of their minor league organization to be able to do that. So obviously they have a good organization. Maybe not as good now, but they've got 2 guys that can help them do what they did last year, get into the postseason and hopefully do well. Talking about the Royals.
Zobrist tucking that head in to hold that shoulder. 2-1 delivery on the way, and the pitch is taken down low. Zobrist, of course, against the Orioles in a lot of ball games with Tampa Bay. Career 300 hitter, right on the button coming into this ball game in this ballpark. 5 home runs here. He will foul that one back.
Yeah, he's one of those hitters where when you get 3, 4, 5 pitches into the at bat, it almost seems like the pitcher's behind. He's got such a discerning eye, knows what he wants to hit. He will walk, and of course he'll strike out because he's not afraid to go deep into the account. And right here, what is he doing? He'll use the middle of the field.
Moved into this leadoff spot with a .400 on base percentage. 7 for 19 since hitting leadoff. 3-2 pitch on the way to him, and that's going to go to left field. It'll stay up right at Reimold. And there are 2 down. Show your orange and black. The Birds host the Red Sox at Oriole Park. Final time of this season. 3-game midweek series starting Monday. On Tuesday, it'll be Ollie's Bargain Night. Ollie's Bargain Outlet. All upper reserves are $10. Get your tickets at Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. 2 down, bases are empty. Here is Alex Gordon. He has struck out and grounded out. Puts the ball high in the air to center. Adam Jones. He's got it. That's another good inning. That's 7 in a row set down by Wright. Our Mazda do-ups, Alvarez, Reimold, and Machado, with the Orioles down 1.
19th home run by Lorenzo King, the lean back home run, 1-0. And then the defense, Alvarez looks like he's going to doesn't quite get to it. And the Royals will make it 3-0. And here come the Orioles. Dariel Alvarez with his first major league home run. Manny Machado celebrating. Alvarez out of Cuba. And our Geico highlights, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote.
Alvarez coming back after the home run. Picked up number 1. And tomorrow we'll find out, or after the game, what the exchange rate was. Getting the ball back. Duffy makes the play on that one. Alvarez is retired. One away here in the 5th inning. Duffy getting first pitch strikes coming into the inning, 10 out of 17. We told you it really matters for him with that batting average. 98-point difference as to whether or not the count starts 0-1 or 1-0. Top of the order, Nolan Reimold. He's drawn a walk and he is grounded out. Pitch inside for a ball. White Sox beating Philadelphia 5-1 today. Arrieta's now 19-6. Jake Arrieta, a run on 6 hits and 8 innings for the Cubs today. So happy for him. Castro went 2 for 4, and Arrieta's the first Cub pitcher to win 8 straight since Milt Pappas did it in 1972.
Uncle Milty.
Yep. Here's a bouncer taken. 2 ball, 1 strike count.
Of course, Milt would go on to win over 200 games, 100 in each league.
Arrieta's now dropped his ERA to 1.99.
Yeah, well.
And in the last 5 starts, his ERA is .24. Oh my gosh.
Well, he's not giving up, as you just noted, a lot of runs. You know, 3 quality pitches. Had that here, couldn't really command him.
Yep.
And
just happy to see good people do well.
Well, it is. And you know what's the, you know, you talked about Milt Pappas. Milt Pappas went for Frank Robinson. And then as it turns out, there's a walk. Orioles certainly can use that. And then you get Arrieta. Goes for Scott Feldman for a couple of months. So that's how trades can help you. Sometimes they can hurt you. You just don't ever know.
The nature of the beast.
Yep.
Second walk surrendered by Duffy. Or a third walk, rather. The Orioles got 2 of them back to back in the first inning when Reimold and Machado both drew walks. So Manny up, runner at first base. Orioles down a run. Grounded out after getting the walk in his first at bat.
Yeah, nice inning with again, of course, we talked to, you mentioned how good their bullpen is. I mean, number 1 and along with St. Louis over the National League. There's Lou Chaver and another hard throwing righty. The Orioles certainly know about him.
Pitch on the way. Big foul ball. That went off Perez.
Yeah, if you're Ned Yost and you manage this team, you have such a deep bullpen. You know, you think in terms of Herrera and then Davis, and then to get to Holland, the closer, Dave Island on the left, Ned Yost on the right. And okay, off day yesterday, well rested Penn.
1 delivery on the way, and the pitch is going to be taken up high. Orioles and KC both had the day off. KC had one of their tougher homestands of the season, included in the ball game yesterday. A 3-2 loss, 12 innings, or on Wednesday night rather, 3-2 loss in 12 innings. 1-1 delivery on the way, and that's going to be taken inside.
Well, Adam, what 1 win out of those 6 games?
Yeah. Royals are 48-27 at home, 35-29 on the road.
Yeah, that's why that home field advantage is so important to them.
2 ball, 1 strike count. Machado. Up and foul back. 2 ball, 2 strike count on Manny. Machado continues among the hit leaders, as he has been most of this season in the American League. He's hit in 3 straight coming into this ball game. Has had as many as 12 consecutive games this year that he's hit in. 2-2 delivery on the way. Machado, the off-speed pitch up there again, does not bite, and it's 3-2.
And once again, I mean, they do a little bit of a shift in their outfield. They give Manny a huge gap in left center. Kane, there's Kane, your center fielder, so taking away that right center field gap. Any hanging breaking ball up the gap's going to score a run, tie it up.
3-2 delivery.
Kind of looking at when you're 23 years old, you know how certain guys did. Who Powell, of course, he would go on to be an MVP. Look at the numbers Cal put up, and then there's the numbers that Eddie Murray on his way to the Cooperstown as Cal, and that's Machado so far.
3-2 delivery on the way. Down the line the other way. Could we put that up there again, if that's possible, Don? Because that, I mean, if you take a look at the power numbers, Manny Machado 27 home runs, Cal 27. Manny's not done. 70 RBIs. I mean, Eddie way out on top on that one, but he's matched Cal for this year at 23 in homers.
Yeah, and then of course the average up there on, I mean, he is a 5-tool player.
Yeah. 3-2 count. Duffy in battle with him. Machado on the throttle back to 79.
Yeah, probably going to be your last inning. Pitch count getting close to 100, and then you throw this pitch. This is the curveball. This was the Danny Duffy coming out of the minor leagues. I mean, last year 9-12, but ERA a little bit over 2.5 runs a game. So he's trying to figure, how do I get out of this inning? And then he makes the perfect pitch, 3-2 to a very, very tough out.
That may be the slowest velocity pitch we've seen thrown in the ball game. He's been at 81 a couple of times. Runner at first, 2 down, Adam Jones. Couple of strikeouts in the game for Adam, and the pitch will be up high and away. So a 1-out walk. Reimold, he's still over there. Duffy will make the obligatory toss. Reimold not getting any kind of a lead over there. Duffy staring right at him. Base stealers against him. Gone 5 out of 7. 1-0 delivery to Adam. Foul tips it off the catcher. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count. So Duffy looking to get through the inning and give himself a chance to leave the ball game, if he does, after this inning, as the potential winning pitcher. Up 3-2 at the moment. Adam is 1 for 11 now off this left-hander. 1-1 delivery. Wore that one down and in. 1-2.
Yeah, he's thrown some bad breaking balls. I mean, none of them that have really been hit, other than the changeup that Alvarez hit. Got him out on his front foot, but hit it for about 370 left field. But all the sliders and the curveballs have been good ones.
Adam hitting only 130 in the month of September. Lob toss over. Put the 2 strikeouts tonight. Adam has had 3 hits in 25 at bats. Well, obviously a couple games he did not play in.
And you talked about it. He's not playing. I mean, he's playing because that's his role on this team. Play whether he's hurt or not. Try to play as many as you can.
1-2 delivery by Duffy, and a pop-up back and out of play.
I mean, a typical year, I mean, Adam's going to hit around 285, and that's where he was, maybe a little bit higher than that after hitting 400 in April. And since the shoulder injury that he hurt, that bone bruise to the rotator cuff, his batting average has taken a nosedive.
Count still 1-2. Reimold still being held at first by Hosmer, and ate him up on that one. Play will be made at first. So that's 8 strikeouts in the ball game. Probably Duffy is done, and he leaves with his team up by 1. The Maryland Fire Chiefs and Maryland State Firemen's Associations. Email mdfirevolunteer@gmail.com to volunteer with your local fire, rescue, and EMS. And by your local Mercedes dealership. Gary Thorne, Jim Palmer here at Camden Yards. The Orioles opening up this 6-game homestand. 3-2 against the Royals as we go to the 6th inning. Wright, a couple of walks, 2 strikeouts. The 3 runs on 3 hits, a home run by Kane in the first inning. He has, however, retired the last 7. Lorenzo Cain will lead it off. The homer and a pop out. 2 times up in the ball game. Takes the first pitch down low for a ball. Brad Brock getting ready for the Orioles. Cain just a 182 career hitter in this ballpark. Trying to increase it. Down the line, that will be a home run. Goodbye. Lorenzo Cain on a line shot that had just enough on it to go to the first row at 2-homer ball game.
Yeah, it appeared to be a double until it just kept carrying. A little hanging changeup, and Mike Wright kind of slaps his glove. I mean, this is good hitting. I mean, it ends up in the middle of the plate. He just stays behind it and then just whacks it down the line to make it 4-2. And Buck Showalter is going to come out and make a change.
So it will be 5+ innings for Wright in the ball game. Cain's 2 home runs hurting him here in this start. It's now a 4-2 ball game.
team with the best record in the American League. What hurt him most were the Kane home runs, one on a fastball, one on a changeup. Now our AT&T call to the bullpen. AT&T, proud partner of the Baltimore Orioles. AT&T mobilizing your world. Brad Brock comes on. Had the 3-game series in New York off. He's done a great job. Plus fastball, a hard slider, and then a changeup that's probably the best swing and miss pitch he has. What, 7-1 last year, 5-2 this year. Big acquisition for the Orioles.
This will be his third appearance against the Royals this year. 2 runs, 2 hits, and an inning and a third in Kansas City. Ground ball, second base, Jonathan Scope. Eric Hosmer is retired on the first pitch thrown by Brock. And now Never Stop Improving, brought to you by Lowe's.
So there it is. We talked about the Royals and the Cardinals. The lowest ERA in the big leagues. Then the Orioles in 4th place. Houston, one of the big changes they made this year was get some back end of the bullpen, and they lead the American League West for the moment.
Morales coming up. He is doubled and flied out. Brock with 1 down, nobody on. For Kane, the 2-homer ball game, his first multi-homer game of the year, and just the second of his career. He had one against the Chicago White Sox back in 2012. It's also just the second multi-homer game for any Royal this season. That ball will be fouled off the other way. Morales, a double, run scored that came in the 2nd inning. Royals coming in losers of 5 of the 6 on that homestand. They'd scored only 15 runs for Ned Yost's ball club in the last 6 games, and we're hitting only 189 with runners in scoring position coming into this series during that streak. This is a long throw by Scope and can't make it. It was a one-hop shot that Pierce tried to pick, couldn't do it, and Morales is on.
Yeah, one of the strongest throwing arms for any second baseman in baseball. Cano, I guess, right up there. But again, because he has to go to his right, it's very hard to get a whole lot on it. And then it's, can you make the one-hop snag? Pierce usually pretty good at this. Just doesn't come up with it. Kind of to the backhand. Hard to get the center of the glove where he could catch the ball.
It'll be a base hit for Morales. So he's 2 for 3 in the ball game. Here's Moustakas, who has grounded out and popped out. Brock has been so tough. ERA is 1.4 in the last 31 appearances, and that covers 38 2/3 innings. A real go-to member of the bullpen, more so as the season went along.
Yeah, and been acquired from San Diego. With that good changeup. It really has 3+ pitches. He has good velocity, and occasionally will get a little bit wild with the fastball, but a hard slider, and then the pitch that he used more often last year was that changeup right there.
There is Pierce. There is one. Great play, and it's going to get away. Tremendous play at second base. Coming across the bag was Manny Machado, who on the shift ended up being the shortstop, and he really got rid of it.
Yeah, Pierce, real quick throw, get it to him in a hurry, not a perfect throw, and then right here, movement. And again, I think the footwork, because Pierce is trying to find the bag, and then thought he should have had it, not happy about it.
So the out at second base on Morales. Moustakas reaches on the fielder's choice, keeps the inning going.
I would imagine Steve Pierce was a little bit angry with himself, just the initial throw, because it wasn't right where Manny could easily catch it, and so he had to reach for it. Otherwise, they turned that double play quite easily.
It's been a tough time tonight at first for Steve. 0-1 count with 2 down. Salvador Perez drew a walk and scored first time up. The pitch will be away. They check, and he went around. Trev Gibson down to first base, and it goes to an 0-2 count. I have no idea.
well,
on check swings anymore.
They just look at, did the bat travel a great difference or distance, and that did.
Swing and a miss. Came back with a heater. Brock with a big strikeout. Home run by Kane, and it's a 4-2 Royals lead.
Pitches pretty well. The home run to Alvarez, and again, a little bit wild. A couple of walks in the first, but got himself out of trouble with those 8 strikeouts. That is a season high. It's time for a little relief for your car too. Visit Jiffy Lube for regular oil changes and help prevent damage and wear to your engine. Jiffy Lube. Drive in today. A lot of fastballs, and why not? I mean, his average fastballs are out to 95 miles per hour, and then he's got an upper curveball to go with it. That's the breaking ball. He's done a nice job for the Royals. Hard throwing right-hander gives him somebody that come in the 4th, 5th innings. First you go to Herrera, then Davis, then Holland to finish the game.
All right, it's Kiss Cam, okay? And the fans are responding to a couple on the big board during Kiss Cam. If you haven't been to the ballpark in the last 50 years, during 1/2 inning, camera shoots a couple in the stands. When they do so during the Kiss Cam half inning, you're supposed to kiss. That's that.
That's that.
Oh, Lord. Here is Chris Davis.
Well, they do it all across baseball.
Everywhere.
I know it doesn't make it.
No,
right.
I'm just laughing because the fans really get into it. Davis on a swing and a miss. Davis doubled, scored in the 4th inning. He has also struck out. He has extended his hit streak now to 9 games. Pretty good numbers against Hochevar. 5 for 16. 1 home run. And a swing and a miss and a pitch down and away.
Yeah, that's a knuckle hook, and when you throw in the mid-90s and it drops off the table.
Hochevar against the Orioles. This will be game number 3 in the year. A couple of innings work, no runs, 1 hit. No walks, 2 strikeouts against the O's. Davis takes the pitch inside. Another tight ball game being defined by the pitching. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Davis, Pierce, Jonathan Scope due up for the Orioles. Alvarez a home run. Major League first, 3rd inning. 2-2 delivery on the way, and Chris trying to get one of his own. That fouled off his foot. Rolls down, hits the bag, and none of it mattered. 2 ball, 2 strike count.
Yeah, Hochevar looked much more comfortable out of the bullpen. Of course, last year the elbow sprain and then the ensuing Tommy John surgery. That was in mid-March, so at least he heard it early.
2-2 delivery. Hochevar's pitch will just miss off the inside corner. Chris Davis, of course, going for a home run title. Nelson Cruz got a home run in the ball game last night. He's getting back into play after an injury.
He had the quad injury that bothered him. He was able to dodge that injury, but that's the kind of injury he had when he played for the Rangers.
3 ball, 2 strike count. Chris will take it. He's on with a walk. So the Orioles again, the leadoff walk. Potential tying run will come to the plate. For every Orioles walk this season, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield contributes $50 supporting the March of Dimes. O's have 346 walks, $17,300. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take that first step towards a healthier and more active lifestyle. Orioles have drawn 4 walks in the game. 3 given up by Duffy. Leadoff man on here for the Orioles. That was Davis in the second, who scored leading off. Now Pierce to the plate. He will take the pitch for a ball.
Well, Luke Hochevar, he's going to learn very quickly it is a tight strike zone. So if you don't have your command, you'll probably see somebody in their bullpen getting up.
1-0. Pierce is going to get one into the gap in left center field. Davis will make the turn and stop. Fielded by Gordon. And the Orioles have the first 2 on here in the 6th inning, down by 2.
Yeah, Chris Davis took one look, and of course he knows about Alex Gordon, 66 assists. And of course Gordon the most amount of assists by 11 of anybody. So there's a little slider cutter off the end of the bat, and he finds a hole in the defense. That's not always easy to do against the Royals.
So a little discussion here with 2 on, nobody out, and Jonathan Schoop coming to the plate. Well, the Orioles trying to battle back. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Orioles may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. On this 9-11 here at Camden Yards. Orioles 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. They've got another chance. Manny Machado. Pitch, Jonathan Schoop, rather. Pitch will be taken away. Schoop has had a single and is struck out. Joseph waiting on deck. Pretty good opportunities for the Orioles in the ball game. They have left 4.
Yeah, Moustakas still, I mean, you could see at third base, he's still playing really even with the bag. It's almost like they think Schoop may sacrifice.
1-0 pitch from Hochevar, and that will be taken outside. So the count goes to 2-0 for Schoop. Hochevar coming on for Duffy, who left the game with a chance to be the winner. Schoop has faced Hochevar only once. 2-0 delivery on the way. Swinging a foul ball right straight back. And a 2-ball 1 strike count. Orioles have had to battle back since the first inning when Kane got that home run. Put the Royals up. It's Ryan Madsen. Davis at second, Pierce at first. Hochevar's 2-1 delivery. Schoop will take it for a strike.
Yeah, he wasn't looking for that. He got a 2-0 cutter, maybe a little slider on the outside corner, and then came right back with a fastball. Luke wants to talk to Salvador Perez, and now what? One of those
pretty
games,
good discussion.
Yeah. One of those games of strikeouts for the Orioles. Couple of leadoff walks in the first. Jones and Davis. Looks like in a 3-2 game back last inning. Couple of guys on. Strikeout by Manning on a great pitch by Duffy, and then an even better pitch to get Adam Jones out.
2-ball 2 strike count. And Scope down to third, fouls it off. He got out in front of it, and the count will stay at 2-2. There's a former starter who came into the major leagues with some pretty big time publicity for Luke Koshaver. And the injuries sending him back to the bullpen, where he has worked for the last 3 years. 2-ball, 2-strike delivery on the way. Scope the off-speed pitch up high. Koshaver didn't want that. He got away from him, and the count's 3-2.
Yeah, Luke Koshaver very much like Wade Davis, even though Wade Davis had a little more success as a starter, where he started with Tampa Bay, and both of them have become, especially Davis, dominant back in, especially Davis back into the bullpen type of guys.
2-2. Davis, Pierce, the 2 Oriole base runners, and that one fouled back will hold the count full. Koshaver worked on Wednesday against the Twins, working into the 12th inning. No runs on 1 hit in an inning's worth of work. Checking on the availability in the bullpen right now. He's got to be ready to go. He's been warming up last couple of hitters. Timeout asked for by Perez, the catcher. Koshaver had not won a ball game in almost 2 years when he got a win in August. Got a win against Cincinnati in relief. Orioles making it interesting right here in the 6th inning. 3-2 count, nobody out. Set away, pitches away, and missed. They are loaded, and a big 0 in the out column.
Yeah, here comes Ned Yost, and you talked about a tight strike zone, and then you don't have your command. It's good for the Orioles, but not good for the Royals at this point.
Well, Luke Koshaver unable to get an out. Call has already gone to the bullpen with Joseph coming up. No part of an inning. Gives up a hit, a walk, and will be responsible for all 3 base runners. 4-2 Royals.
.27, a little bit more than 1 out of every 4 pitches. Again, fastball, and the ability again to be part of the best bullpen in the American League. Not a lot of walks, almost a strikeout an inning, and again relatively low ERA. So this will be the 58th appearance of the year for him.
Amazing comeback for Matson. He's a veteran. He's 35 years old now, and had not made a major league appearance since 2011. Prior to this year, injury kept him out the entire 2012 season when he was with Cincinnati. Came back and played the minors last year in independent ball, and then signed as a minor league free agent. And now here he is, working for Kansas City out of the bullpen. And here is Caleb Joseph.
Yeah, he's always been one of those setup guys, but again, the one equalizer for him is that changeup. Talked about how Brad Brock, who's pitching for the Orioles now, has one of those power changeups. Madsen again, big guy, a lot of deception.
Bases are loaded, nobody out. Timeout asked for. Caleb Joseph wanting to get set. 3 for 6 with the bases loaded this year. 6 RBIs for Caleb in these situations. Goes after it. Stopped. They get 1, and that's it. A run will score. Safe. Did not have control of the ball. Gabe Morales, the second base umpire, said that Zobrist never got possession. Trying to catch that ball at second base.
Yeah, Moustakas makes a great play to get it. Look how far he has to go, and then it's a bouncer. So again, if you don't control it, a little different if you actually taking it out of your glove trying to turn 2, but and right there they're going to check to see if there's any kind of replay. And Moustakas kind of walking over to the foul line. I don't know.
He's hurt. Moustakas is coming into the dugout, either hurt or did something to his glove.
Might have hurt his left wrist. Well, maybe the elbow. Yeah, there. Look at that abrasion. Did that when he laid out to catch it.
They are going to challenge. So a challenge being made on the play at second base. So whether or not Zobrist had it.
Yeah, he didn't. Again, you have to see something to make the change, and boy, if you watch, you can't really see it from that angle, even though you see a little bit of the white of the ball. And
right now it's a single and an RBI for Caleb Joseph, and a 4-3 ball game. It will be a 4-3 ball game either way.
Yeah, take a look right here now. It's up on the glove, and right there you can see the ball actually out of the hand, or at least it appeared to be that way. But there were some calls in New York that confused me the other night, one against the Orioles.
Madsen goes over to the dugout. First time I've seen a pitcher walk off the mound and go to the dugout. Trip Gibson, first base umpire, I think is going over to get him back, because that could be a visit of the pitcher to the manager. It wasn't, but he's not supposed to go over there. The pitcher's got to stay out on the playing field. If he went over and said something to Ned Yost, the umpires could call that a visit to the mound. Meanwhile, New York's reviewing what you're looking at.
And you could see the second base umpire, Gabe Morales, said he kind of almost like they do a double dribble in the NBA. Not that that happens very often anymore. That he didn't control the ball.
Jeff Gibson explaining, young man, you might want to stay out here on the mound.
Well, again, you only get 9 warm-ups. You come in with the bases loaded, you throw the first pitch. I might want to loosen up a little bit.
Yep, and he can. That's perfectly acceptable. No, we await the call from New York. The Orioles, nevertheless, have made this a 1-run ball game again. Caleb Joseph coming through.
Well, the worst case scenario would be first and third with the Orioles trailing by a run.
48 RBIs for Caleb on the season. There he is with Eric Hosmer at first base. And this one taking a while.
And of course, to change it, you have to see something that tells you that that ruling on the field wasn't so.
We do have to sell these spots next year.
Yeah, well,
to our sales department. There's got to be some business that's got a motto of why wait, right? Why wait? And this would be a perfect place to throw an advertisement in for a company whose motto is why wait,
or wants to have their motto
or something like that.
Wait.
Yeah. Need a review of your assets and investments? Well, now's the time.
Why wait?
Why wait?
And of course, the question is, oh my goodness,
he's out! Wow! How about that? I guess that's got to be a fielder's choice in an RBI, not a single. Wow. So the out is recorded at second base on Jonathan Scope on the forced play. Making the play by Moustakas viable. Now first and third, one out. Challenge won by KC. Hardy. JJ with the potential tying run now, 90 away. Hardy has struck out and flied out. Parra in the on-deck circle would hit for Alvarez, who had the home run. 1-0 delivery on the way, and Hardy will be way out in front of that.
Yeah, there's the changeup, and that's what, I mean, really loves it. That's what Caleb Joseph hit. The stock has kept from going into left field.
Caleb Joseph putting the heat on the Orioles.
Yeah, only two lefties in the bullpen. Franklin Morales has been there pretty much all year, and then a young Scott Alexander just called up.
They say that about Caleb because we talked about his first RBI, how they win. If Caleb gets 2 RBIs in a game, the Orioles are 18-2. So they got to keep going here.
Well, J.J. Hardy just has to hit a 3-run home run, and that number will stay where it is.
Way out in front of that one again. Hardy talking to himself about not being able to hang back on it. Easier said than done, obviously. 2-2.
Well, that's the changeup, and again, the good ones, you just can't tell the difference. You know, you try to read the arm. Does he slow it down? And you see the difference out of his really that little window of the release point.
2-2 delivery. Hardy went home plate umpire, no argument.
And then he goes to 94.
Mark Carlson with a call. So kept him off balance and gets a big strikeout.
And again, when your changeup's as good as his, you can get away with 94 because you don't have to throw it for a strike.
So Parra will come on as a pinch hitter. Runners on at first and third. Now there are 2 down. That play at second base obviously very important at this moment of the ball game. Parra on as the pinch hitter, 9 for 16 as a pinch hitter, all coming with the Brewers. Those are the numbers with Milwaukee and with the Orioles. First and third, 2 down. O'Shaver's pitch. That will be outside for a ball. So another big at bat in this ball game. For Madsen, rather. 1-0 count, 2 down. Parra with a chance to knot this ball game up. That's going to be down low. Good scoop made by Perez.
Yeah, you're almost wondering, not that you want to put the go-ahead run to second, but you do have a base open. And we'll see if Madsen will.
You are the 1 for 8 for the Orioles now.
Yeah, of course, Parra 2 for 3. Not a lot of at-bats against Madsen. We did see each other in the National League.
2-0 count. Off the end of the bat and foul. At 82. 2 ball, 1 strike count for Madsen.
And there's not only about a 11, 12 mile per hour difference, there's a lot of movement.
Orioles have been able to get back to within 1 a couple of times now in the ball game. Can they get it tied? Pierce the lead runner over there at third. Joseph at first. Parra will put it up in the air. Center fielder Kane, and he's got it. So the Orioles will pick up 1, and a big challenge that was won by the Royals affects the inning. It is now a Royals 4-3 lead. Finale, ESPN at 8. Join us again on Monday. O's welcome the Red Sox in for 3. Our coverage on MASN 6:30 O's Extra presented by Southwest, followed by game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on MASN. Big house on hand here tonight, seeing a good one against the Royals. As the Orioles again have cut it to 1. Parra pinch hit, stays in the ball game for Alvarez in right field. Brad Brock stays on, coming on in the 6th inning to get the outs. And works against Alex Rios.
Yeah, battle of the bullpens.
Yep. Rios sac fly, and he is flied out to center field. Orioles 1-3 against Kansas City, trying to put together a 3-game win streak if they can get a victory here tonight. Strike taken. Drop that one in on the outside corner from Brad Brock. Chris Young in the bullpen for the Royals. Rios on the step out. Escobar and then Zobrist to follow. 1-1 pitch on the way and launches that one to center field. Jones on his horse, way back, warning track, looking, and goodbye home run. Rios, some 420 feet away, really got into that one. His second RBI in the game. It's 5-3.
So 3 home runs now for the Royals, 2 by Lorenzo Cain. And the one thing about Alex Rios, well, you go back about 7-8 years ago. I mean, 20-24 home runs, big contract from Toronto. Only the 3rd home run of the season. Only hit 4 last year. Again, now you're trying to add runs, and he certainly makes it easy on a blast to left center.
So a 2 RBI ball game for Rios. That will be fouled off by Escobar. Rios with 24 runs batted in, along with those 3 home runs, his 85th game. And right away, Kansas City responds to the Orioles run in the 6th with a run in the 7th. Escobar double and an RBI. He is grounded out. Escobar really friendly with the Orioles. J.J. Hardy, they came up together in the Brewers system, and he said of Hardy, he took me under his wing even though I was the one who might take his job. Hardy said, don't worry, if I'm not playing short here, I'll be playing somewhere. And he was right. That goes to Parra, and that'll be hauled in. Escobar is retired, one away in the 7th. Our Maryland Live Casino Inside the Numbers. We take a look at Oriole Park at Camden Yards.
Oh, there you go. And of course, you know, homer-friendly ballpark. You have a lot of, at least when you talk about Oriole pitching staff, especially the starters, a lot of fly ball pitchers. Orioles 4th in home runs. All and it leads to those numbers.
And a chopper turned over on that one. Zobrist is retired at the top of the order for the 4th time. And there are 2 down. As promised earlier in the game, we selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. Tweet your strongest fan photo to O's Couch Cam. You might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by T-Mobile. You got to like the outfit. It just goes together. The ever dangerous Alex Gordon. Rocks delivered to him, and that will be taken for a strike. Gordon up, 2 down, nobody on. Home run by Rios to start the inning. Let's put the lead up to 5-3. 0-1 delivery, and a big cut, waves on that one. That was probably a little bit below the strike zone. Good pitch.
Yeah, good changeup.
So Brock gets ahead of him, 2 strikes. 0-2 delivery, and made quick work of him. Couple of strikeouts with the leadoff homer by Rios. 7th inning stretch time here at Camden Yards. Royals 5, Orioles 3. 9/11/2015, 7th inning stretch time with the Royals up by 2. Anytime the temperature is above 80 degrees, you need a scarf.
And you need to come tomorrow.
That's why Jim has one on. These scarves, the knit scarf given away tomorrow.
That's right. And if you thought it was a night game, it's a day game.
Day
tomorrow.
game. Good looking scarf.
Thank you.
Well, for Wright, another look-see for the Orioles organization. What do you think?
I thought he threw the ball pretty well. It's funny that we get all these numbers. The Orioles are 22-45 against teams with winning records. They're playing the night, best record in the American League. And then they're 20 games over 500 against the teams with the losing records. And you see a little difference. So Wright not quite as good as Duffy. Duffy pitched himself into problems but got him out.
Yep.
Season high, and then they've hit 3 home runs. And if the Orioles get out homered, you're going to be at the short end. Now the game's not over, but it is 5-3. But again, I like Mike Wright. I just think he's got to learn to pitch at this level, and the only way you get to do that, got to throw him out there.
And we've talked about it before. The Orioles, probably like most teams, you want to take a look at your starting staff. It has been a fly ball pitching starting staff and a ground ball pitching bullpen, and that has created problems for a number of the Oriole pitchers in the home run department.
Yeah, it has. And again, I'm going to kind of go back to what Ross Grimsley was talking about in the pregame. And, he was a pitching coordinator for the Giants. He said, listen, what he thought, and the Orioles did such a great job of this last year, is pound the bottom in the strike zone. Kind of interesting thing here as we look at Chris Young. He is a fly ball pitcher. He's a high ball pitcher. He's not a hard thrower. But what can he do? He's 6'10", throws the ball downhill. He's got a great changeup, can change speeds. So again, very difficult. You got to really be at the top of your game to have the kind of numbers the Orioles put up last year as a pitching staff. This year, not. And then, of course, Kansas City. Why do you go out and get Chris Young? Had success with Seattle last year. It's a big ballpark, and he's done a nice job for him.
So Young on. Madsen a good job coming in with the bases loaded, nobody out. That one headed over to the seats off the bat of Reimold and out of play and out of reach. Reimold leading it off. He has drawn a couple of walks and he is grounded out, stranded both times that he has been on base. Bottom half of the 7th inning here at Camden Yards. So Duffy, 2 runs, 3 hits over 5. O'Shaver, no part of an inning, giving up a run, a walk, a hit. Pitch will be taken down low. Then Madsen, the 1 inning with 1 strikeout, and now Young.
Yeah, so Young, he was a starter from May 10th all the way to July 28th, 7-6. ERA right around 3.5 runs a game, and 3-0 as a reliever.
Towering pop up again in the infield behind the mound. Who wants it? Third baseman. Nope, shortstop. Handled by Escobar. Reimold is retired. Our PNC minor league report. The All-Stars.
Well, Gibbons, and he all started his way all the way up to the major leagues and has pitched well here for the Orioles. Great with inherited runners. Trey Mancini. So again, look at those numbers. And if you talk to the scouts that see the Orioles minor leagues, they really like Mancini's bat. They also think that he's a pretty good fielding first baseman. Well, congratulations to the All-Stars.
Absolutely. 1 down. Pitch taken in the dirt. And tonight, the Bowie Bay Sox, Altoona, the opponent, 11-3. Series tied at 1-1.
Okay, who started? Who got all the runs?
And Norfolk defeated Columbus 6-1. Tied that series at 1-1. Tyler Wilson had the big one tonight. The Orioles minor league teams battling away. The best of 5 series. Manny Machado, a 2-0 count, struck out, grounded out, walked. By the way, those minor league all-stars that we showed you, each minor league selects their own postseason all-star team. With there being so many, obviously so many leagues, they don't intertwine as far as their schedules are concerned. And Baseball America overall selects the minor league all-star team, which is the one counting all of them. Congratulations, Orioles farm hands who've made it there. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Manny Machado, then Jones. Over the top, bounces that one. And the count goes to 3-2. 3-2, 1 down. Bottom half of the 7th inning. Royals finding some offense that they had not found at home in their last homestand. And that one's going to miss. So the Orioles will pick up yet another walk, this one with one away here in the 7th. On Sunday, the Oriole Advocates hold their annual cardboard to leather collection presented by Legg Mason. Fans are encouraged to bring any new or slightly used baseball or softball equipment to the ballpark. You can give it to the collectors at any of the gates. Remember, Sunday night game, 8 o'clock start time against these Royals. And those donations go to youth in developing countries. You can find more at OriolesReach.com. One on, one down. Adam Jones. Pitch in there for a strike. Adam trying to stay away from a golden sombrero, strikeout wise. Young with that runner at first and one out. Ooh, almost threw that one away. He made the quick turn, gunned it high and down the line.
Well, only 2 guys on the Orioles really do a base running, and Manny certainly the best of them. Barra with 9 steals, Manny with 17 out of 23, and caught 6 times, 17 successful.
0-1. Foul back up overhead, not a play.
Well, Chris Young is the poster boy for what Buck Showalter, the Oriole manager, talks about, is somebody that's tall, has a great downward angle, so he's throwing the ball down, high ball pitcher, but not a power pitcher, and it's hard to have the bat head intersect his stuff. It looks like at 88 or 87, they're pretty hittable.
Oh, to the count. Adam got it. Center field. Way back. Looking. And just enough room to put it away. That was to the deepest part of the ballpark. A 400-foot out right there by Adam Jones in a bid to tie the game up.
Yeah, again, the deception. He hits it to the biggest part of the ballpark. So obviously when he hits it as well as he can, which he didn't, but hit it good. Harder to hit it out. I got to hit that ball probably about 405 to get it out of here.
So Young gets it for the second out. You know, Chris Davis, another big night for the Orioles at the plate. He has scored twice, once when he doubled, once when he walked. Also has struck out. Shift is on, and the pitch will be taken up high by Chris Davis in this ball game. The DH. Chris has had 3 hits, 16 at bats against Kansas City this year. 1-0 delivery on the way. That one is in there for a strike.
Yeah, I pitched with actually veteran pitcher Dick Hall, who's a terrific pitcher for us, being exquisite control, and he's not quite as tall. I think Dick was 6'6", but watch how Chris Young drops on his back leg and throws the ball uphill.
Davis
so again, 87 might as well be 97. So there's so much deception there.
Davis behind 1-2. That walk in the 6th that he scored on. He's walked now in a season high 6 straight ball games. 8 walks in the last 6 games for Chris Davis. 1-2 delivery to him. Just missing.
Well, only one Oriole has a better on base percentage, and that's Manny Machado because of the walks.
Chris, of course, up there is the leader in strikeouts in the league, but he certainly made mincemeat of that with the RBIs and home runs. Pitch is up high, so he works the count full. 3-ball, 2-strike count on Davis. 2 down. Manny Machado on at first base. Davis with a swing of the bat to tie this ball game up.
I don't think that Chris Young and his staff doesn't know how hot Chris Davis has been.
3-2 delivery, runner going. And boy, he gave it a big cut. Stays at 3-2. Pretty good pitch that was down and in.
It might have even been a ball, but hittable. Yeah, you want the ball down in the zone off of Chris Young if you can get it there.
So these two will match up for the 7th pitch of this at bat. Again, 3-2, runner going, and that's going to go into the shift, and it's a fair ball. Into the corner, Rios. Manny Machado coming around third. Relay throw. It'll come to the plate, and not in time. Manny Machado on the belly flop. Gets the plate with his hand, and it's again a one-run ball game.
I'll tell you what, I mean, Rios gets to this ball so quickly, Chris Davis can't even get a double. And this ball is right down the line. They're playing him in the shift. So take it right here. I mean, he's going to air it out. Talking about Machado, Rios plays it perfectly. And then the relay just doesn't quite get there. You could see Perez catching it, and then a terrific slide by Manny Machado. Look him go to the outside corner of the plate. Otherwise, he's a dead Oriole. There it is, just the corner of the plate with that left hand. So again, you catch him, you give him an avenue, and he takes it.
And that will be it for Young. Davis the RBI. RBI of the season, and Manny Machado the benefactor as he crosses the plate for the 83rd time for the Orioles.
Yeah, so the Orioles will try to tie it up now against Kelvin Herrera. He of average fastball is about 96. He can hit 100. And again, second best pitch, that secondary pitch you always talk about. Of course, when you throw 100, who really needs that? But it's a great changeup. Again, there's the ERA, very, very low. Look at the numbers against lefties. Again, one of the best numbers against left-handers in the American League. Even though looks like Steve Pearce is going to stay in the game. That's a pretty high number right there as far as inherited runners. 9 of the 17. They usually like to have it around 25%.
So Herrera will try and protect a one-run lead. The Orioles, for the 3rd time in this game, have been able to get this to a one-run ball game, but have not been able to get over the hump. So Pierce, 1 for 1, the only time he has faced Herrera. He has a single, 1 for 3 in the ball game. Davis is on at first base. There are 2 down. Herrera's delivery to Steve will be foul back.
And then they go into their double defense. There's 97. I mean, Kane moved back about 3-4 steps. Gordon really deep in left. Even Rios not in right center field.
Herrera against the Orioles in the LCS last year. He's in 4 games. He gave up no runs, 2 hits in 5 2/3 innings. Pierce on a check swing. They'll let it go fair if it will, but it wouldn't. Hosmer kept his foot on the bag, hoping that ball would trickle back into fair territory, and he would have had an easy out, but it stayed foul.
Well, that was one of the pitches he doesn't throw a whole lot. That's the 2% pitch, the slider. And it was a good one. Yeah, the ability to ride the ball out of the strike zone with the velocity, and then the change up and the slider to pitch down underneath the strike zone. And that's why he can strike out pretty much anybody.
The 0-2 delivery, and he does right there. Pierce slams the bat. Herrera gets a strikeout. The Orioles will get a run on one hit, leave one on base. 7 complete. And it came early in the first inning. Lorenzo Cain, 2 down, nobody on. 15th home run of the season. A couple hit in this ball game. Our Lexus 1000 drive of the game brought to you by the area's #1 volume Lexus dealer 5 years running. See why at lexus1000.com.
Yeah, he belts a fastball the first time up. You got to understand, I mean, he hit 7 home runs, what is the first full year with Kansas City, and then so that's what 9 more than his career high. And then a change up the next time. It looked like it was a double, just kept carrying out of here.
Brad Brock stays on for the Orioles. Cain looking for a 3-homer ball game, top of the 8th inning. Cain, Hosmer, and Morales. Brock came on, has surrendered 2 hits. Came on in the 6th with nobody out, single and a home run by Rios. Kansas City has responded to the Orioles scoring a run by scoring one of their own the last couple of times.
Well, we talked about it. You know, you mentioned that they don't strike out a lot. They don't walk a lot. They haven't done either of those tonight. Only 3 strikeouts, and then they hit some home runs.
1 ball, 1 strikeout. Cain will take the pitch outside for a ball. So Brad Brock again doing a little deep work here in this ball game, which has not been uncommon for Brad. 2 skippers who met last year in the league championship series. 3-1 pitch on the way, and he pulled the bat back and just watched it. It's a strike.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. The scoreboard has it 3-1. I'm not sure that might have been a 3-0 pitch. I thought he might have called one. It's not a good way to take a 3-0 pitch, kind of turn it out of the way.
3-1 delivery on the way and a home run cut.
Yeah, and there's the good changeup. The Mike Wright changeup stayed up a little bit, ran back into the middle of the plate. That one almost went from a strike to a ball. It had so much movement.
Brad Brock's high in innings pitched, 2 2/3 this year. 3-2 delivery on the way, and that'll be taken outside. So after all of that, he foul tipped it. Sorry, no, it is ball 4. He walked away as though he was going to continue his at bat. They dislike walking so much they don't even want to take it when they get it. This is a leadoff walk by Cain here in the 8th inning, and the matchups continue. So Brad Brock will be coming out of there. Brian Mattis, the left-hander, will be coming out of the bullpen. Brock out, Madison, 1-run ball game, Kansas City on top.
Four-seamer, breaking ball, curveball, sliders, and then the changeup at 14%. So again, low ERA, more strikeouts in innings pitch. Walks have kind of come down as the innings have added up this year. So you can see lefties, even though the last 2 home runs have been hit by left-handers. The big home run by Bird up in New York, and then Moustakas. So again, a number that's a little higher. He's been that good. Usually he's been about, what, 5%. One of the lowest inherited runners. So a little bit of speed at first base with 27 steals.
Eric Hosmer has drawn a walk. He has struck out and grounded out. Pitch will be taken for a strike. Hosmer is 0 for 5 against Brian Mattis. As the Royals try and get at least that run back that the Orioles picked up. The Orioles, all their runs, 1-run innings for the Orioles. Started to go. Pitch will be away for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Givens in the bullpen. Moustakas, a left-hander. Then Perez, you do up here in the inning. That ball he went after, I think. Nope. Sam Holbrook down at third said he held up on it. So a 2 ball, 1 strike count on Eric Hosmer.
Yeah, he really holds his own. I mean, in all facets of the game. A couple of Gold Gloves, .283 hitter against the lefties. 3 of his 14 home runs against left-handers.
2-1 swung on and missed. Bryant's third outing against Kansas City, used as a specialist on each occasion, only 2/3 of an inning. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Full shift now put on with the count. Kane off first base. Pitch on the way, fouled off Joseph, Oriole catcher.
Now we talked about how consistent this Royal Ball Club is, and what you were talking about right here, right back kind of off the right side or his left side of the mask. But their left, I mean, Gordon .291 against lefties. Morales a switch here. He can turn around. Even Moustakas .257 with 6 home runs of his 16 home runs.
2-2 delivery on a check swing. Unfortunately for the Orioles, it went foul. That would have been against the shift. Only Manny Machado's over there on the left side, and he's playing at the shortstop position. And Hosmer almost plucked one of those right down the line.
Well, he's got more hits to left than he does to right. 52 hits, 60 up the middle and 40 to right field.
2 ball, 2 strike count on him. Kane being held at first base by Pierce. That'll be outside. Joseph holds the runner.
Yeah, those are pretty good pitches, and he's not even beginning to swing at them. And then by doing that, what he forces Brian Mattis to do is to have to throw a strike here. And you know Kane's going to be running with his speed.
Three-two delivery, runner not going, and a swing and a miss.
Wow.
And the right decision by Ned Yost. So Brian Mattis comes on, gets the strikeout against Hosmer. One down.
Yeah, there he just went out of the zone, and Eric's going, why did I swing at this pitch? Well, it was close enough to chase, and he did.
So now one away, and that will bring up Morales. Morales with that .297 against left-handers. He's already had a 2 for 3, a double, a single, and he is flied out. Runner on at first base, one down. Way outside for a ball. A real tight ball game. Brad Brock, his responsibility is Kane at first. Kane has not built up any kind of a lead over there against Brian Mattis. 1-0 delivery, foul back. Sellout crowd tonight, 45,420, 45420. A sellout for the Orioles. Packed in here tonight and seeing a real good ball game. Top half of the 8th inning. Here's the 1-1 delivery on the way. That one way outside. Joseph has to go out to get it. 2-1. And Morales forcing the issue.
Well, you talked about the fact that he's become such a much better hitter, threat from this side, home run wise. 14 of his, the ability to hit home runs and hit them all over the place and drive in runs.
2-1 pitch down to third, fair ball, right up the arm. Manny Machado. That'll be an error.
Yeah, I didn't need to play it that way. You know what his intent is. Trying to get to it quickly. Pretty routine. Trying to make sure that maybe you get a double play instead of getting the lead runner, and took the tough hop but couldn't handle it.
Machado will pick up his 17th error of the season. More importantly, it denies the Orioles an out and puts 2 on here with 1 away. First error of the game. Moustakas 0 for 3 in the ball game. Orioles will play a double play depth. 2 on, 1 away. And Moustakas will take the pitch for a strike. So another big at bat. Lots of them in this tight ball game for pitchers on both sides. 257 off the lefty, 6 of his 16 homers. And he'll put that one up in the air, center field. Jones charges in and puts it away. Had him the long run, but had plenty of time to get there and got under it. So 2 down, runners have to stay at first and second. The most popular way to follow the action of Orioles baseball with MLB.com at bat, #1 app for live baseball. You get scores, replays, highlights, StatCast, and more. Get the MLB.com at bat app now. Gibbons warming up in the bullpen will now come on. Brian Mattis out of there. 2 on, 2 down. KC 5, Orioles 4.
very well. The fastball, we've seen a couple pitches, 95, 96, but usually around 93. Deceptive windup, hard slider, and the changeups he's thrown have been good. A lot of strikeouts. Look at that, 22, only a couple of walks. So for a young player right out of Double-A, he has done a nice job. And well, there you go. That's even a nicer job.
First and second, he comes to face here. And Salvador Perez, a walk and a run scored. 0 for 2 officially for Perez. Kane on at second base. Morales at first. Look back. Scope moving in. Kansas City 1 for 4 with runners in scoring position tonight. Orioles 1 for 9. Pitches there for a strike. Orioles have left 7 so far. The Royals have left 3.
Yeah, and this is where you kind of have a chance to grade your young pitchers, because Perez, nice little 300 average with runners in scoring position.
Pitch to him. He's going to get a base hit. Jones will pick it up. Coming in to score is Kane. Stopping at second base, Morales. And Kansas City does it again. They come back after the Orioles get one and get it right back. 6-4.
Well, the Orioles give them the extra out, and that really hurts them. When Machado does not take the out, tries to turn a double play, doesn't get anybody out. And then this looks, it's just a fastball right in the middle of the plate. Boy, does he center it. Smacks it back up the middle. Well, that's what they do. That's what good teams do. And they are a good team.
So Perez will pick up the RBI. Runners still on at first and second. Again, another 2-out RBI for this 2-out RBI ball club. They have done this all year. Rios will take the pitch outside. Home run, 3rd of the year, came in the 7th inning. Had a sac fly back in his first at bat of the ball game. 1-0 count, 2 away. Perez gets his 60th RBI with that base hit, which is the 7th of the ball game for the Royals. They have made him count. Here's the 2-0 delivery on the way, and he got that one in there for a strike. Now Rios takes it, 2 balls and 1 strike. That one's going to be away at 85.
Yeah, pretty good pitch, and that's what you got to do at this level.
And a strike taken. Thought he had a walk on that. Doesn't get it. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Runners will go. Morales, the lead runner at second. Perez on at first. Not great speed on the base paths here on this 3-2 count. Run charge to Brad Brock that has scored here. And that one is going to load him up.
Yeah, he thought he might have caught the inside corner. Of course, Buck Showalter doesn't know about that because it's hard to tell from the dugout. But you're not getting the borderline pitches tonight. That's one thing about Mark Carlson. Very, very consistent.
So the bases are loaded with 2 down. We will get a pinch runner coming on at third base. It'll be Paulo Orlando on to run. So here's a chance to really blow the doors off this thing. Escobar with the bases loaded and 2 down. Kansas City's got 3 of the hardest guys to strike out in the American League in the top 10. Escobar is one of them. He is 7th hardest to strike out. Zobrist is 2nd. Moustakas is 10th. They don't give up at bats via the K route. 1-0 count. 2 down. Escobar takes the pitch inside. He's 4 for 8 with the bases loaded this year. He's got 1 career grand slam.
Yeah, another one of those guys. Dave Wallace is going to come out and almost like you said, what do we got?
Givens coming on.
Yeah, that's not the way he has pitched.
No.
You know, when you throw, 12 pitches and 8 of them for balls. Yeah, it's Rowe getting loose.
Givens worked in Toronto in the 4th and won an inning in the 3rd, got everybody out. Escobar will stand back in. Already an RBI double. 1 for 3 in the ball game. Goes after a pitch that was ball 3, and it's 2-1.
With another helicopter home run swing. He's got 3 on the year, but you would never know from the way he lets it go. A perfect pitch outside corner.
Yeah, it hit the corner. Good one. 2-1 delivery on the way. That went off the mask.
I don't know what Dave Wallace told him, but it's working, at least for the next 2 pitches.
2 ball, 2 strike count. You like working? You like playing baseball? You enjoy this? Throw strikes.
Well, how about Caleb? That's
Caleb's out at night.
Yeah, a couple of foul balls right off the mask.
2-2 delivery on the way, and a ground ball to short. Played by Hardy. He'll go to first with it, and that will end the inning. But a run in. It's done on just 1 hit, a walk and an error. The bases are left loaded. 6-4 Royals. You by Miller Lite.
Danny Duffy 7-7 coming in, and I got some big strikeouts, but not to Dario Alvarez, the major league first home run.
Alvarez picking that up in the 3rd inning, leading off, putting the Orioles on the board with their first run, making it at that point a 3-1 game. Orlando will stay in the ball game after coming on to run for Rios. He's in right. And the Orioles, 6 outs to work with and a 2-run differential. Jonathan Scope will lead it off. Single, walk, and he is struck out. Scope with a 4-game hit streak extended here in the ball game tonight. 6-7-0 for the Royals. 4-5-1 for the Orioles. And the pitch will be taken inside for a ball. 1-0 count. Duffy and Wright, the starters, still the pitcher of record with all this bullpen stuff. The lead hasn't changed. Wright gave up 4 runs, 4 hits over 5. Duffy gave up 2 runs, 3 hits over 5. That run in the 8th inning unearned on the error by Machado. 2-0 delivery. Well, this time it's Perez's turn. Took the mask right off.
Yeah, you think you're in a pretty good count, and then he throws a 97-mile-per-hour fastball right off. I almost see him duck before. He knew it was going to happen. Watch him duck his head. Look at him put his head down, and it gets the mask. Let's talk about catcher's intuition. I think it's going to hurt.
Oh, no. 2-1 count on Scope. Joseph and Hardy due up. And that one will be fouled off. Herrera came on, got a strikeout to end the 7th inning. Stays on here in the 8th.
Yeah, marvelous last year, marvelous postseason. Came up early. Actually, you know, one of these guys, they started early and then went to the bullpen. A lot of times, I think the Orioles signed 17 pitchers this year. I think 13 were relievers. And a lot of teams will go the other way. Sign some starters. If you can't make it as starters, then they go to the bullpen. That's the way Herrera started.
2-2 delivery on the way. That's where they weren't playing him. That's going to find the gap. Kane was way over the other way. It comes right back to him. Throws into the cutoff man, but the Orioles, their turn to come back. A leadoff double will bring the potential tying run to the plate.
Now, how important was that error that allowed Kansas City to get that 6th run? See, a lot of times the count will change things. So again, they're playing him because maybe Herrera's going to get ahead. He'll swing late, and then Kane's got to go, as you said, a long, long way. Ball pretty much bounces right back to him. Does slip a little bit on the cinder track here.
So the Orioles will go to the bench. Steve Clevenger will pinch hit for Caleb Joseph to get the left-handed bat to the plate against Herrera with the runner on at second base and nobody out. And the Orioles going to Clevenger. One chance as a pinch hitter, 0 for 1. Pitch to him will be taken for a strike. Orioles, this is the way this game has gone. Kansas City gets a run, gets a lead. The Orioles battle back, get to within 1. Can't get it tied up. Come right back after KC gets a run and get the leadoff man on. Clevenger takes it. It's going to miss outside. 1 ball, 1 strike count.
There's their only real veteran lefty, Morales, who gave up home run in an extra inning loss in Kansas City.
Here's the 1-1 delivery on the way. Clevenger will follow back.
Yeah, you think it's a pretty good pitch to hit, but it's 97. I mean, his changeup pitch before was 89.
Britton in the bullpen for the Orioles. Clevenger a 1 for 2 against Herrera. Runner on at second base, Jonathan Scope. Scope has had a lot of extra base hits, 26 out of 67. 39% of his hits, extra base hits. He's got that gap power.
And then some.
Yeah. 1 ball, 2 strike count.
Yeah, it's great to have gap power, and you can hit home runs without even trying. That kind of strength.
One-two delivery on the way. Clevenger fouls it back again. Orioles have had the leadoff man on 5 out of the 8 innings. Usually a good sign to score. They didn't do it in the first inning. The home run by Alvarez is a leadoff batter. Davis had a double in the 4th and they scored. A walk to Davis in the 6th and they scored. Now they've got the leadoff double here in the 8th. And just reaching enough to keep the at-bat alive.
Yeah, that's a nice protect me on a nice little changeup. And of course, this is when the Orioles are not hitting home runs. They hit 1 tonight because they get about almost 47% of their runs with the home runs. what they've done most of the years, as well as a lot of teams, is get them in when you get them on.
1-2 pitch. Again,
there's another one
to reach.
Those are perfect changeups. One thing we've seen about Steve Clevenger, he really can get the bat on the ball, and the ability to hit the ball, and that's why they play him a little bit to left center, to take the ball up to the left field gap and stay on it a little bit longer.
Count stays at 1-2. Just missed. Toronto putting a hurt on the Yankees tonight, 11-5. There in the 8th inning. Severino got hammered, the Yankees starter. 6 runs, 6 hits, and 2 1/3 innings in that ball game. Bullpen hasn't done a whole lot better. Well, Price gave up 2 runs, 6 hits over 5 for the Jays. 2 ball, 2 strike delivery on the way. Clevenger the other way. Nice stop, Moustakas, but no baseball. He came up to throw and left the ball on the ground. And Clevenger is on.
Yeah, Mike's come a long way. I mean, actually, that ball's hit so hard that he just kind of reacts to it, knocks it down, thinks he catches it. This ball sliced hard. Certainly not a routine play, but I would imagine they'll score an error only because it looked like he had control of it, and then lost it in the transfer.
A lot of visits for both sides to the mound here in this ball game. Dave Island. It's an error charged on Moustakas.
Yeah, it's probably a what do we want to do. J.J. Hardy might be a bunt situation, and he's a pretty good bunter. I don't know about on 98, 99, but
nobody out, 2 on. Hardy with 2 sacrifices this year. They grinded out first of 3 in this series. Let's see what Buck Showalter has decided. Moustakas will play in at 3rd on the grass, just on. Hosmer is in at 1st. Scope at second base. Clevenger on at 1st. J.J. Hardy does square. Takes it. Pick off at second base. Just getting back in is Jonathan Scope. Handled nicely by Escobar.
Gary, before the DH, when I used to hit and pinch run early on in my career, the hardest play in baseball, if you're a runner and somebody bunts through the ball, you want to get a good jump. It's what you're talking about. And if the throw's on the other side of the bag, they get an out. So again, you're trying to get that extra step so you can get the 3rd and not give them the force, and you almost get picked off.
Now way in, Hosmer at first base. Moustakas plays the 45-degree angle at 3rd. Hardy squares. Hardy bunts it foul. Really upset with himself. And right off the top of the bat.
Yeah, threw him a
back like a rocket.
Yeah. Everybody said it's a high fastball that you're supposed to throw in bunting situations, but that was a changeup.
Wow. They're still in at 1st and 3rd on an 0-2 count.
Well, you got a strikeout pitcher. You got a hitter that's not the hottest guy on the planet. And again, the ability to maybe take away the sacrifice.
0-2. He's not bunting, but he's gone anyway. Strike in the outside corner, so an ineffective at bat for JJ. 1 down.
Yeah, again, I mean, right down the middle.
So now 1st and 2nd. 1 out. Parra, who came on to pinch hit in the 6th inning, flied out, stayed on for Alvarez and Wright. 1 away. Infield moves back to double play depth with Gerardo Parra. This game has been a real struggle. Royals score in the 6th, the Orioles score. Royals score in the 7th, the Orioles score. Royals score in the 8th. Can the Orioles score here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Parra, one down. Runners off first and second base. Parra takes it. It's there for a strike. Going up to 97 with that one.
Yeah, right on the corner. Certainly not a hittable pitch early in the count.
For Parra, the extra base hits with the Orioles. 5 home runs, 8 doubles. 35th game as an 0. 0-1 pitch on the way to him. Parra goes the other way, foul.
Yeah, his first at bat for the Orioles was a double into the corner. And then he got, it looked to me, Gary, when he hit those home runs, he got a little bit into the pull mode. 4 of them here at Camden Yards. Hit a home run out in Anaheim.
Oh and 2. Scope reached on the double. Clevenger reached on the error. 0-2 pitch. Up high. So Herrera goes a ball and 2 strikes. Texas a 4-0 lead over Oakland. Colby Lewis had a perfect game going into the 8th. Danny Valencia broke that one up with a single in the 8th inning. A lot of conferences here between Perez, the catcher, and Herrera.
Well, Ned Yost looking on, manager of the Royals. He was a former catcher.
But Showalter hates that.
I'm not sure he went out to the mound as much as Perez does. But
that would speed the game up. Limit the catcher. Ground ball the other way. Oh, what a knockdown. Escobar does not get him at second, but may have saved a run. Escobar diving. It'll be an infield hit for Parra, and the Orioles again have loaded him up.
Yeah, a little break-in ball, and again, this is a run because it's hit softly, but until Escobar gets to it and then almost gets the force out. So again, this is what Kansas City does as well as anybody. Team speed. Don't get the out, but they save a run.
So the base is loaded. Orioles down by 2 here in the 8th inning, and only 1 away. Oh, it's the Orioles' chance to put some distance in here, or at least to get it tied up. Nolan Reimold, top of the order, 2 walks, a ground ball out, and a pop out. Herrera's delivery to him. Reimold will take the pitch inside for a ball.
Well, the one thing about Nolan is that if you do not throw him strikes, he will take the walk.
1 for 2 with the bases loaded this year, single.
There are a lot of hitters that get very anxious in these situations, even though Herrera is the one that is in trouble.
1-0 count, 1 away, set up down and away, right where the pitch is. Missed. 2-0.
And now you look something either outside middle, inside middle. You look for a fastball, and you just put a good swing on it. It's the luxury of bases loaded hitters count.
Sacks full, 2-0 delivery. In the air, down the line, going for the grand slam, and goodbye, home run! Off the fair pole, a grand slam. Nolan Reimold and the Orioles have an 8-6 lead.
Well, that'll work, won't it? That's what hitters counts can do. All night long, Gary, as you know. right on the fringe of maybe having a big inning.
Fourth home run of the year, and this one's for all the goods. Rebecca Hoffman, our Merrill Lottery contestant. That's a $500 grand slam right there.
Well, I talked about 2-0. You look for your pitch. Still got to hit it, and boy, does he hit it. I mean, this is a soaring drive that gets the top of the pole.
Herrera surrendering his 5th home run of the season, and the Orioles have the lead. Out of the ball game, and the Orioles have the lead.
So Franklin Morales will come on in relief of Calvin Herrera. So again, fastball, curveball, changeup pitcher. Of course, is there anybody in this bullpen that hasn't pitched well this year? Good numbers for him. This will be, you can see lefties. He handles well. Keeps the ball in the ballpark. Orioles certainly know from his time with the Red Sox all about Franklin Morales.
So the Orioles tag Herrera for the most runs he surrendered in an appearance this season with a grand slam. He only worked 2/3 of an inning, gave up 3 hits, 4 runs. He had a couple of strikeouts, but not enough to get through the 8th inning. Morales' delivery will be taken for a strike. Manny Machado, 2 walks, a strikeout, and he is grounded out. Britton's ready to come on. It's a save situation. Breaking ball's in there for a strike. Nolan Reimold's 4 RBIs off that home run reach a career high that he has had 3 times. 1-2 delivery. That one lifted to left field. Back to back. Yes! Goodbye! Home run! Manny Machado back-to-back homers for the Orioles and a 9-6 lead. Now the Orioles win the long ball. Back-to-back here in this game. This is the first back-to-back the Orioles have had since the 4th. So it's twice this month. Davis and Wieters did it earlier.
Yeah, home runs all tied up at 3 apiece. But the Orioles with the grand slam by Reimold. The big blow.
5th back-to-back situation for the Orioles this season.
Now take a look right here, just in the middle of the plate. And again, what a swing. Boy, you can get an idea of what you're trying to do as a hitter. You're trying to hit the back of the ball with the good part of the bat.
That one's drilled into left field. Morales not fooling two hitters. Adam Jones is on. He picks up a single, and the Orioles with a big 8th inning. Pitch was up, and Adam jumped on it.
Yeah, it's only one out, but the Moustakas error certainly helps propel this inning in the direction the Orioles wanted to do. So there is the hit speed. Major League average at 77 gives you an idea. The ball hit what, 28 miles per hour harder off the bat.
28 home runs, 71 RBIs for Manny Machado. Runner on with Chris Davis up. Chris already has 2 hits, single, double, RBI, a walk, and a run scored. Oh, right in the back. Yeah. Look out. He slams it down and didn't like one bit of it. Buck Showalter on his way out.
Well, that's uncalled for. And the reason it's uncalled for, because you're the one that's throwing the home runs and the singles, and you're going to get one of your guys hurt. Now, he can apologize, but he's the one that hit Chris Davis in the back. That's on me. Of course it's on you.
Immediately a warning issued to both sides by Mark Carlson, the home plate umpire. Buck Showalter staying out there at first base, protecting Chris Davis.
Well, they threw at him in New York, threw one over his head. It's just uncalled for. Because when you're getting lit up as a team and as a pitcher, and very rarely do you ever see Chris Davis get upset. When he got hit in New York, all he did was run down to first base. And you don't want him coming out to the mound.
Look at Buck. Buck said he should be out. Throw him out. Now Buck's out.
I mean, really, you know, if you look at this, if you go all the way back to when the Orioles played the Red Sox, remember when they threw Jimenez out after he hit Sandoval? The umpire on his own volition just said, hey, I thought he was throwing at him. Well, this was pretty obvious.
Yeah.
And then Buck's got a point.
The situation's obvious.
Yeah.
The batter hit's obvious.
I mean, you just don't miss this far inside. And like I said, you know, I played for a manager, the late Earl Weaver. You just don't do these things because your guys end up getting hit.
Well, 2 on, 1 down. Steve Pearce. Orioles have batted around. It'll make for an interesting top of the ninth.
Yeah.
A 1-0 count, 1 away. Davis staring over at Morales, the pitcher from first base. Pierce will foul it off. Steve would like nothing more than to hit one about 500 feet right here. Orioles putting a 5 spot up here in the 8th inning, a 9-6 lead. Pierce up the middle. Escobar off his glove. Jones will score. Davis to third. Throw to second. Not in time. And the Orioles increase it to a 10-6 lead.
Well, that is one way to get a little payback. Hit it off the end of the bat. Looked like Escobar might make the play. But back up the middle. And again, just can't get it off the top of his glove. And then Orioles will score the 10th run.
We're going to get yet another pitching change. Morales can't get anybody out. Orioles have batted around. Morales will get the boos. Davis will watch him leave, with Bobby Dickerson staying real close, the third base coach. Buddy out, did hit Davis, and they have avoided for the most part any eye contact here.
Yeah, it's a job at Chamberlain, who came over from the Tigers, and I was talking to him today. I guess he is he got here in time to be on a postseason roster if they choose. So again, look at the average, very high. Lefties wearing him out at over 400. And again, fly ball pitcher.
Chamberlain worked against Minnesota on the 7th. His last outing, gave up 2 runs, 2 hits in an inning with a walk and 2 strikeouts. So the Orioles have batted around here in the 8th inning. 8 runs have been surrendered by the Kansas City bullpen tonight. Herrera charged with 4 of them so far. 3 off Morales, grand slam hit by Reimold off Herrera. Back-to-back homers. Manny Machado greeted Morales with a home run. And the Orioles now have the 4-run lead on 11 hits. 10-11 for the Orioles, 6-7 for the Royals. Infield is in.
Yeah, you can see that. And
1 out. Jonathan Scope started all of this out with a leadoff double here in the 8th inning.
Yeah, Beebe up the gap in left center. Chamberlain's first fastball 95, and of course when he came up with the Yankees, he had the jobber rule. Couldn't pitch 2 days in a row. 97, 98, fabulous slider.
0-1 came in at 95 with a fastball and an 0-2 count. Runners on at second and third base, 1 out. There are your base runners. Chris Davis, the lead runner. Pierce down at second. That was a double, by the way. Steve Pierce credited with a double that was right off Escobar's glove into center field, slowed it down enough so he could go to second base on it. Got an RBI. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Outfield very deep. Jonathan will think about it and stay back.
Yeah, almost close enough to get him to chase.
So the Orioles find the breakthrough inning. It's here in the 8th. After all these at-bats they had, trailing by 2 or 1. John Russell in charge now of the ball club with Buck Showalter out. It'll be off the end of the bat and foul. Buck thrown out for the second time this year, and only the 5th Orioles ejection this season. John?
Yeah, umpires have such license, and we've seen them do it. That was a classic case of what Buck would tell you, the obvious. Where the only good thing about Morales, he hit Chris Davis, not that it didn't hurt, not in the elbow, not in the head, or whatever. He hit him where you kind of throw at people. And
ribs and back.
Can't wait till the top of the 9th.
I can't either.
If the Orioles, if they get a few more runs, you may see. I don't think Britton's going to come in anyway, even though he did warm up.
Not a save anymore.
But you have some options. Come out of the on deck circle ducking, and that's why you don't do those things.
Yeah,
because
somebody pays.
Yeah.
2-2 deliveries in the dirt. Good stop made. Perez. 3-ball, 2-strike count. Kansas City will have the top of their order due up in the 9th inning. Zobrist, Gordon, and Payne. So if you're going to hit Davis, you got some pretty good choices if you want to retaliate in the 9th inning. 3-ball, 2-strike count.
And this is really not about Ned Yost. I mean, no. Ned Yost, he does not want any of his players, if they're heading to the postseason, getting hurt. So a lot of times you don't know what your pitchers are going to do. That was not a wise decision by Franklin Morales.
3-2 delivery, chop foul again.
Yeah, we're seeing some pretty nice little at bats by Jonathan Scope right here, because those are some pretty good breaking balls, and those are pitches he would have swung right through last year.
He has really done a great job this year fighting off pitches, good pitches, extending his at bats. Infield way in, 3-2 count, and he takes it, and they're loaded.
Job of Chamberlain trying to get him out with sliders, and couldn't get him to bite. And when he did, he was able to foul him off.
So the Orioles load the bases up again. Second time in this inning. First time Reimold got the grand slam. Here's Steve Clevenger. Clevenger reached on that big error committed by Moustakas.
Well, even his at bat was a quality at bat, because Herrera made some great pitches. And he kept fouling him off, and he hit the ball sharply. Moustakas made a nice play to get to it, then just couldn't get a handle on it. And then Nolan Reimold with a grand slam.
Most runs scored this season in this series against Kansas City. These combined 16. Clevenger will take that one. It's going to miss. 1-ball, 1-strike count. 4 RBIs for Reimold, Machado, solo shot, Pierce, RBI double, all coming here in the 8th inning. 1-1 delivery by Chamberlain will miss, and a 2-ball, 1-strike count. The Orioles came into this game having hit only .228 against Kansas City in that series, 4 games in KC. 2-1 delivery on the way, swung on a missed over the top on the breaking ball. 2-2.
Well, I know it's early September, but if the Royals do lose this game, that'll be what, 1-6 over their last 7 games.
Yep.
And again, with Toronto winning, if they will close within 3 of the most wins in the American League. I mean, that's huge.
Inside.
In Kansas City, as you mentioned, they play so well at home. You know they want their home field advantage. Doesn't mean they can't win as they did last year. Can beat you anywhere, but big advantage when they play at home.
More so that the opponents have such a hard time playing there, right?
Well, they're built to play in that ballpark.
Exactly.
Yep.
Here's the 3-2. Ball up in the air to right. Do you believe it? 2 grand slams in the inning. Clevenger and Reimold. And the Orioles have a 14-6 lead. You'll be glad you stayed up for this one. You'll get to say, I saw that. inning where the Orioles had 2 grand slams. Grounding out is Hardy for the second out of the inning.
A little breaking ball down and in to the power zone. We talked about Clevenger. He'll take the ball the other way, but when you speed up his bat, this can be the result.
First career grand slam. The Orioles have their 6th. And for Rebecca Hoffman, our Maryland lottery contestant, what a night. 500 for each of the Orioles home runs. A 1-0 count, 2 down, and a buzzing crowd here at Camden Yards. A 10-run 8th inning.
Well, it's only 1 inning, and it's a 10-run inning. And it's only 1 game, but it does make up for a little of that postseason frustration. Losing the final 2 games, getting swept 2-1, 2-1.
Amazing inning. 14 runs on 12 hits in the ball game, and a strike taken.
You might think Mark Carlson finally called one off the plate. He said, "I've seen enough." And Parr goes, "Why me?
Why me?"
Yes.
Parr has had a base hit in the inning. Also flied out, timeout asked for as Jabba Chamberlain was getting ready to deliver. Kansas City bullpen has seen nothing like this, not even close this year. But that's 12 runs now off their bullpen.
Well, came in at 244, best in the American League, and I'm not sure how many with the error these will be earned, but a lot of them will be.
1-2. Pitch will be taken up high. I think at this point they are all earned, because that only would have been an out, so there'd only be, that would have been, we would have 3 outs now.
Yeah.
So anything after this.
The Hardy out.
Yeah. 2-2 delivery on the way. Parra jumping up for a fastball, fouls it back, and the count stays at 2-2. Orioles gathered. It's a big home run hitters group if you try and all get together in the dugout tonight.
Well, Flaherty's been hitting home runs. If they win tonight, it looks like they're on their way. That'll be 3 in a row.
2-2 delivery on the way by Chamberlain. Chopper to short. Escobar is there and got him. And the crowd will let out a roar as this inning comes to an end. The Orioles grand slam. Reimold followed Machado, grand slam, Clevenger, all in 1 inning. 14-6 Orioles. Now at Southwest.com and by visitannapolis.org. Find the Chesapeake experience at visitannapolis.org. Well, an inning to remember. Manny Machado, a solo shot, and Reimold in the middle. Clevenger has gone behind the plate, both of them having grand slam home runs, 2 in 1 inning. 10 runs, 9 earned, 7 hits. And the Orioles now 3 outs away from a victory. Givens stays on to pitch.
Yeah, I Googled Fernando Tatis hit 2 in the same inning off of Chandler Park. So same hitter, same pitcher.
I think I did that game. I do. Yeah, I remember that. 1 ball, 1 strike count.
Do you know where you were on April 23,
Hell no. Are you kidding me? I got no shot at that. 1-1 delivery, and that'll be fouled off. I didn't even have to let you finish the sentence. As soon as you said, do you know where you were? I knew the answer was no.
I knew the answer.
Yep. Zobrist leading it off. He's 0 for 4 in the ball game. Givens is now the pitcher of record.
Now I do remember. And I know. Well, how would you know? Because you don't. I did watch that inning, and I'm thinking, I never threw a grand slam. Two by the same guy.
Yeah, that's going to be down the line and a base hit. Zobrist. Parra will chase it down in the corner. Zobra will go into second base. Zobrist gets his first hit of the ball game, a leadoff double here in the top of the 9th inning.
Yeah, just a little hanging breaking ball. It stays up. So a long inning for Michael Givens as far as sitting on the bench. And
Buck Showalter does not want to have to go any deeper into the bullpen here. Chris Davis, who got hit by that pitch by Morales, manager thrown out, leading to speculation as to what the top of the 9th might entail
the
for
next
tomorrow
2 games. Yeah.
or Sunday.
Well, if you throw at somebody now, obviously you're going to get thrown out. Going to have to go to the bullpen.
1-0 count. Alex Gordon. Gordon's had an 0 for 4. There's Morales on the right.
And of course, you never know the intentions, but it's rather obvious when you know you give up a home run, you give up a single, and then you drill the guy in the ribs. It's not. It really doesn't matter if you meant to do it. You did it.
Yeah, that's right. 2-0 count. Runner on at second base. Givens trying to find that strike zone now, and we'll get that one in.
Yeah, for Michael, and again, you know, he's a converted infielder. He's got good arm. He's just going to learn at this level. It's not about the velocity that can help, but it's about the quality of your pitches. And overall, he's done a pretty good job of that.
Broken bat to short. Hardy.
Because he's got a live arm, and he's got, you know, a good slider, and the changeup's going to be a pitch that will give him another pitch that opposing hitters are going to have to respect.
One away with the runner at second base. Here is Kane. He's had 2 home runs, a walk, has popped out. He has scored 3 runs in the ball game. And the pitch inside for a ball. So the starter Duffy charged with 2 runs. Hoshaver charged with a run in relief. Young a run. Herrera 4 runs. And that one is in there for a strike. 4 runs charged to Morales, 2 runs charged to Chamberlain. As the Orioles have the 14 runs on 12 hits, 13 of the runs are earned. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery on the way, and that one will be outside. Orioles trying to wrap up the opener in this 3-game series against Kansas City. 2-1 delivery on the way, and that one is chopped foul.
I just got a text from Rick Dempsey. Now, you may not remember where you were, but Rick was there.
He was there?
Yes. He must have been. Was he coaching for the Dodgers? I don't know.
Huh.
Maybe he was. Yeah.
Here's the 2-2 delivery on the way. That ball's going to go to center field and fall in for a base hit. Late start for Zobrist, who had to wait, so he'll stop at third. And Kane is on, so he's had a 3-hit ball game. First and third with 1 out. Fernando Tatis, 2 grand slams. Third inning off Ho-Chan Park as the Cardinals beat the Dodgers 12-5. April 23 of 99.
I don't think if Rick Dempsey was actually catching, because he didn't play that long, he would be telling us.
No.
I called those 2 grand slams. No. Wasn't there. Nothing to do with it.
Nothing about it. I was not behind the plate. Todd Hundley was the catcher.
Hundley. It's his fault.
That's right. Hosmer, a broken bat pop up third base. Machado.
Nice little pitch right there on the fist.
So 2 away. First and third. Morales coming up. The Orioles 1 out away from an enormous comeback win. Brian Mattis, who worked 2/3 of an inning, unless the official score changes it, is the pitcher of record here. Will go 2 and 3. The Orioles bashing away in this one. 2 down. There it is. He's going to be thrown out. No. How about that? Morales hit by a pitch. Not much question. Givens did that in retaliation. The warning had been issued. It is up to the umpire, even if he thinks it's intentional, as to whether or not he will throw him out or not. You don't have to.
And I don't think Ned Rios is going to argue this, because you know what? If your DH gets hit in the leg, you're happy about that, in the sense that it didn't hit him in the wrist, didn't hit him in the arm. And again, I mean, this is the way the game is played, or it used to be played. Now everybody gets tossed and warned and all that stuff.
Yep.
You hit my DH, you hit 6 home runs in the first 8 games of September. Somebody's going down, and they just hit him. Nobody got hurt.
Yep. Event over.
Yep.
Pitch taken for a strike. Bases loaded. Moustakas up. 0 for 4 in the game.
Running around the head. Didn't hit him in the wrist or the hand.
That's going to go to left field. That's going to be a base hit. Zobrist will score. Throw will come into third on the cutoff. Kane will score. So Moustakas, for his birthday, delivers a late day treat for himself as he picks up a 2 RBI base hit.
Well, he's been a hot hitter because of, we talked about this early, John Russell coming out. He was the acting manager.
So we will go to the bullpen in this game at least one more time. Chaz Rowe will come out of the pen. Givens will get a hand for standing up for Davis. 14-8.
Just off the disabled list, the last road trip, and of course anybody can do that. A third of an inning, 3 hits, 3 earned runs against the Blue Jays. Well, again, he's had a nice year. You know, struggled a little bit when he had the shoulder problems. Bursitis put him on the DL. The numbers have gone up. You know, fastball slider pitcher. And when he's on his game, a lot of movement, even though sometimes it can be in the zone.
Bases loaded, 2 on rather, sorry, and the pitch is in there for a strike. 2 runs in here in the inning. Moustakas with a base hit. He's on at first. Morales at second.
Now that's a good number right there. 85% of the runners that are on when he comes in stranded. Late breaking slider.
0-1 delivery on the way. The 2 grand slams in an inning, only the 8th time in Major League history that has happened. Last time was 2006. The Mets against the Cubs did it. There have never been 3. You got to go all the way back to 1890 for the first of those 8.
Really? Dead baller.
0-2 pitch on the way, will be outside. In 1890, the Colts, Chicago Colts, C-O-L-T-S, did it against the Pittsburgh Alleghenies. I didn't do that game.
You were there too.
I was not there. 1-2 delivery on the way, and that one will be fouled back by Perez. So for Kansas City, they're going to suffer their 6th loss in 7 games. Orioles have a 3-game win streak when the final out's recorded here, and will go 2-3 in the year against Ned Yost's Royals. And a major comeback win in this one. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 down, 2 on. Inside.
Yeah, he really does have him set up for a fastball up and in. But again, any manager that has the lead knows you got to get the last strike, the last out.
Two delivery on the way to him. Ball put up in the air. And mercifully, this game is over. And the Orioles come away with a very impressive comeback win. Couple of runs here in the 9th inning on 2 hits, no errors, 2 are left on. The Orioles win it 14-8. Gibbons gets the win 2-0. Herrera will take the loss. In relief, he is 4-3. And for the Orioles, an 8th inning with 2 grand slams.